Hello everyone, welcome to WordCamp Kent 2020. This year's camp is our 8th consecutive year of having a WordCamp in Northeast Ohio. But as you can tell, this year's camp is a little bit different. Obviously, because of what's going on in the world, we are redoing things a little bit differently. This year will be our first ever 100% online camp. And with this, it allows us an amazing advantage to reach out to an even larger audience of people who normally wouldn't be coming to our local meetup or WordCamp. And in fact, I'm proud to announce that this year's camp is our largest ever, with over 1,200 tickets claimed by attendees all around the world. This just proves that even now, more than ever, work camps are needed because it allows people to take a step back, to learn something new, meet new people, and more importantly, socialize with their WordPress family. Now, work camps are not the work of just one person, but the work of many people, including a great group of organizers. This year I had the amazing opportunity to work with 5 exceptional individuals who now I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you. This year's organizer team consisted of Joe Querin and his family. Joe and his family have been great helpers when it comes to organizing this year's camp, and Joe himself will be doing our WordPress 101 sessions on day 2. So if you're new to WordPress and interested in just jumping in and learning something new, please feel free to check out Joe's WordPress 101 on day 2 of our event. Next is Tim O'Haver. Tim recently joined the team and has really been a centerpiece in terms of helping us get across the finish line. He's helped with communication and also with volunteers and has been a great help to this year's organizing team. Next is Sarah Yoder. She's the genius behind all WordCamp Kent's graphics. So anything you see on this year's camp is thanks to Sarah Yoder. Next is Amanda Bailey. She's basically been our social media guru who's been helping get the word of WordCamp Kent out to everyone. Also, this year, she's been helping with our amazing volunteers. Our volunteers this year, because of it being an online event, come all around the world, including Bangladesh. They are going to be helping out via emceeing or introducing our speakers at the beginning of each session. Also moderating our YouTube chat, because this year's event is streaming live on YouTube. So we'll be using the YouTube chat to allow you, the attendee, to interact with the speakers. Please keep in mind that the WordPress Code of Conduct is still in effect. So our volunteers will be reviewing any comments just to make sure that everybody has a great time. So please keep that in mind when submitting a comment in the chat. If you're not familiar with Code of Conduct, please use the link located in our menu at the top of the screen for more details. The last organizer of our team is Megan Rose. Megan is our sponsor wrangler, and she's been helpful in getting our amazing sponsors for this year's event, which include Bluehost, GoDaddy, Jetpack, WooCommerce, Green Geeks, Liquid Web, and KHM Cares. Without the kind donation of these amazing organizations, there would be no WordCamp Kent. Now, because this year is an online event, we will be hosting our sponsor booths via Zoom. These will be open after the keynote today and also after the WordPress community panel tomorrow, but they're only for our gold organizers, which are Bluehost and GoDaddy. So I encourage you, please stop in and ask your questions if you have any of these 2 amazing sponsors. Now, beyond volunteers, organizers, and sponsors, there's another group that helps make WordCamps like Kent possible. These are our speakers. This year's event, we have speakers coming from all around the world to help share their knowledge with you, the WordPress community. They are amazing people donating their time, and I encourage you to reach out to them using the chat feature, ask questions, feedback, because they always enjoy hearing from you on how they can help you more, and it's always a great time just interacting between one another. Also, with this in mind, this year's camp is introducing a brand new track, which is our Q&A or live help desk track. This will be used to allow you, the attendee, to ask any WordPress questions you may have. It's very similar, if you've been to a camp before, to the happiness bar. What this will allow you to do, if you have a question, be it it's something that's covered in a session, not covered in a session, or just WordCamp Kent related, you can step in and ask, and we'll try to answer it for you. Also, because of streaming constraints, our sessions will only allow 10 minutes live Q&A. So, if you have a question that's not answered during the session, we have asked all of our speakers, if they are available after each session, to step into the help desk track to answer these questions. So, after each session, if you have a question, step into the help desk track and maybe the speaker can find the answer for you. Now, beyond our speakers, there's one final group that makes WordCamp Kent possible, and that is you, the attendees. Because without the WordPress community, there would be no WordPress, which means there would be no WordCamps. Now, this year's event, even though we're not together in person like we've been in years past, we as the organizer team are thrilled to introduce you to the WordCamp Kent community. Now, before I close my opening remarks, there's some quick tips to get around WordCamp Kent. This year's event, as I mentioned before, we do have the live Q&A track. We also have 2 other tracks. Each track covers different topics, so please review the schedule to find the track you want to be on for the session you're interested in. But if you find you want to switch to a different one, please feel free to jump around using the tracks up at the top of the screen via the menu. But keep in mind that day 1 and day 2 tracks will change, so double check with the schedule to make sure you know which track you want to be on. Also want to let you know that beyond our sessions, WordCamp Kent will also be hosting several events. First is a yoga session, which will be going on during our lunch breaks, both on day 1 and day 2. It will be a beginner level stretching session from Michelle Thomas of OM Cleveland. So please feel free to check it out during our lunch break. Also, following our first day 1 closing remarks, we'll be doing a live after party. It will be the WP Game Show hosted by David Bissett, where we'll allow you to play games, interact with your fellow attendees, organizers, sponsors, and maybe better yet, possibly win prizes. If you're interested, please feel free to check out the information via our schedule viewing the WP Game Show session block. Now, to close out my remarks, I have the opportunity and privilege to introduce you to Steve Grunwell. He will be doing our keynote this year, titled The World Beyond WordPress. Steve's been an amazing piece, a partner to the WordPress community via speaker and also mentor to many. So I do encourage you to enjoy what Steve has to say and have a great WordCamp Kent Day 1.
Good morning, afternoon, or whatever time it is where you are now. My name is Steve Grunwell, and I'm proud to welcome you to WordCamp Kent 2020 Online Edition. A very special shout out goes to those who are joining us from all over the world who might not even be able to identify Northeast Ohio on a map. Now, obviously, WordCamp Kent being online is a departure from our typical WordCamps. So before we get started, I'd like to commend the organizers and the volunteers who had to turn on a dime back in March to restructure the entire event. So if in our independent offices or bedrooms or kitchens or couches, wherever we are right now, if we could take a moment and just clap for the organizers, that would be fantastic. Oh, wait. Now, obviously, I can't hear you clapping right now, but I'm going to assume people all around the world right now, all 1,200 plus of you right now, are clapping for these organizers, and they absolutely deserve it. I 100% agree with you. Now, thanks to COVID-19, 2020 has been far from business as usual. And honestly, if social distancing isn't the phrase of the year, I'm kind of scared to see what might happen in the back half. I mean, I guess we've been hearing a lot about these murder hornets, right? So, sadly, some of us have lost loved ones throughout all of this, but even if we're lucky and haven't lost anyone that we know, pretty much everyone has felt the economic impact, whether you've lost your job or you've had to shutter your business, or even if your retirement savings just aren't where they are this time last year. It's been tough all over the world. Now, whenever tragedy strikes, someone on Twitter is sure to bring out the old Mr. Rogers bit about looking for the helpers. And yes, we've probably heard it at least a dozen times so far this year, but Mr. Rogers was a huge staple of my childhood, so please, if you'll indulge me. When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping." Now, of course, we can't credit the healthcare professionals on the front lines enough for what they're doing to save lives. Being in a pandemic is hard enough, but when you take that and you multiply it by countries all over the world being so sorely unprepared for this, it's a recipe for disaster, and they have been doing amazing things to protect us all. Now, having been stuck at home since mid March and generally being a very online person, I've also had a lot of opportunities to see the good in regular people shine through too. And I'm not just talking about John Krasinski's Some Good News. Now, if you haven't seen that channel, definitely look it up because it's been the highlight of my week. Let's just put it that way. But I'm talking about the TikTok videos demonstrating proper hand washing, or the educators who have been posting lesson plans for all of the parents who are now like, I guess I'm homeschooling my kid. There are musicians who have been putting out free concerts on Instagram and on YouTube so that we can retain some small sense of normalcy of what we had before. Online learning tools have been opening up free content to help people learn new skills or find new careers. The world that we're entering may look very different than the one we left behind. Now, within the WordPress community, unfortunately, WordCamp Asia had to be canceled due to concerns around the coronavirus. But a lot of people pay for their own travel for things like WordCamps. So a lot of people were kind of left holding the bag with non refundable airplane tickets or accommodations or other travel expenses. So we had some heroes within the WordPress community. WordFence, GoDaddy, and Yoast pledged $10,000 apiece to help people who were left with these non refundable travel costs. That's awesome. For the first time in what feels like forever, people around the world started coming together, bonded together by this global pandemic. Now, a few bad apples aside, we entered April with people working together to flatten the curve and to save lives. The helpers that Mr. Rogers and his mother were talking about, these are the people who've been using their talents, their knowledge, and their resources to help other people. Heck, even just those of us who took the warning seriously and went, well, guess I'm staying home and not going out to barbecues, not going to restaurants, not getting my hair cut. We've been doing and continue to do our parts. So when David Bertoli reached out and asked if I would give a keynote at WordCamp Kent, I was immediately on board. WordCamp Kent over the last few years has become kind of my adoptive home WordCamp. And not just WordCamp Kent, but Northeast Ohio and WordCamp North Canton before that. We can't forget those. They've long been mainstays on my WordCamp schedule. Now, sadly, we're not in person today, but if we were, I'd like to paint you a picture of what it might look like. So imagine we have a couple hundred people sitting in a big ballroom that normally would get divided into three smaller rooms for breakout sessions. Out in the hallway, we'd have plenty of natural light coming in through the big windows, and we would have sponsor tables set up. And people would be walking around and talking to the sponsors, yes, but they would also be seeing old friends or meeting new acquaintances. Today being the first day of camp, lunch would likely also be the taco bar. So, WordCamp Kent pro tip, if you want the true WordCamp Kent experience, please, when we break for lunch today, make sure you get yourself a taco. You deserve it. Now, I looked it up, and the invitation from David arrived on February 17th. So, back in the so called before times. If I recall correctly, I went out to get Chinese food to celebrate because that's how I celebrate these occasions. And then the next day, I packed up my laptop and I went to my neighborhood coffee shop and I worked from my nice little counter spot and drank out of my mug because I'm a regular there. And I'm really, really missing February right now. So David and I started talking about what the keynote might be about. I gave my first keynote last year at WordCamp Dayton. Um, and the general premise of that keynote was that software is inherently meaningless. So Our job as people making and using software is to either find meaning in what we're doing or find something that does matter. But either way, we need to move forward with empathy. I felt it was a good message, but it may have been a little more tailored toward a developer audience than a general WordPress community crowd. So for this year's WordCamp, I decided to pitch the idea about learning across communities because I felt that was an area that a lot of WordCamps had been lacking. Uh, just because we do WordPress, we don't only have to learn from other people within WordPress. So nobody really knows what our new normal is going to look like as we come out of this. But hopefully, this camp can play some small role in shaping what that new normal for you is going to look like. And if we do our jobs, hopefully, you'll come out of it better than you were going into it. So, with that, let's talk about the WordPress community as it exists today and where we can draw inspiration to make it even better tomorrow. So the WordPress community is tremendous, to say the least. Before all of this, we had hundreds of WordCamps all over the world. And in addition to the smaller regional WordCamps, like WordCamp Kent, we had these larger camps that were kind of meant to be the mothership for a region. I'm talking WordCamp US, WordCamp Europe, and the aforementioned WordCamp Asia. Now, instead of a few hundred attendees, these camps were set up to accommodate several thousand, and their lineups were a venerable who's who of the biggest names in WordPress from all over the globe. The past few years, we've also seen some more specialized WordPress conferences pop up. WP Campus comes to mind, and that's focused on people who are using WordPress in a higher education setting. We have LoopConf, and that focused on a more developer-oriented crowd. So how can we write the most performant stuff? How can we do deep dives into WP CLI, things of that nature? We also have Pressnomics, and Pressnomics is more about the people who are running their businesses on top of WordPress, literally the economy of WordPress. Another more niche conference is WordCamp for Publishers. Now, this one is more oriented toward journalists and bloggers and other people who are regularly publishing content using WordPress. Topics would include things like publishing workflows, syndication, content moderation, things of that nature. One of the cool things about WordCamp for Publishers is that it also moves around the United States. So it started in Denver back in 2017. It moved to Chicago in 2018, and then it landed in my home city of Columbus, Ohio in 2019. Now, I've lived in Columbus most of my life, so even though I don't do a lot with publishing day to day anymore, I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to have all of these big names in WordPress show up in the city that I know and love. I wanted to show them around. I wanted to show them, like, hey, Columbus is awesome. Little did I know, WordCamp for Publishers 2019 was also where I would meet my new friend Rebecca, who perhaps taught me the most valuable lesson of the entire camp. Let me tell you. So, first day of camp, we're sitting around at a table full of strangers. You know, we go around, we're introducing ourselves, which, by the way, this is one of my favorite things to do at conferences. Next time you're able to actually go be in person at a conference, just strike up a conversation with the person sitting next to you at the breakfast table or whatever, because you never know who you're going to be sitting next to, um, or the kind of people that you'll meet. So anyway, this circle eventually reaches my new friend Rebecca. And as it turns out, Rebecca is another Columbus resident, and she does social media work for the Columbus Dispatch. For those outside of the area, the Dispatch is the second largest newspaper in the state of Ohio. Um, and it's also the place where my wife worked for about 2.5 years after graduating college. So I asked what brought Rebecca, who is a Kent State graduate, by the way, uh, to WordCamp for Publishers, because the last I had heard, the Dispatch was using this big proprietary, enterprisey content management system for publishing. And I was like, last I heard, you're using this nightmare. Are you considering a move to WordPress? And she assured me that they are still using the Nightmare CMS. To be clear, my words, not hers. Uh, but they try to keep up with what's happening on other platforms so that they can make informed decisions. After all, a good idea is a good idea, regardless of the platform. So, as she saw it, anything that she could learn from what's going on in WordPress, she could bring back and they could potentially apply to the platform they're using. Now, even after attending WordCamp for Publishers, I don't know that Rebecca would really consider herself a member of the WordPress community, but she was practicing the very thing I'm here to encourage you to do today, which is to look outside of your immediate area to explore, learn, and grow. Now, the WordPress community is not a one size fits all situation. We have different subgroups of the WordPress community that are going to be more specialized. For instance, I'm a developer who does a lot of work with WordPress, so that makes me a WordPress developer. Okay. I also have published and maintained several plugins in the uh, WordPress.org plugin repository, so that makes me a WordPress plugin developer. I also contribute to and regularly write WP-CLI commands. So that makes me a WP-CLI developer. These are all subsets of that WordPress developer category, which is a subset in itself of the WordPress community. Everyone following so far? Now, just because someone's a, say, WordPress developer, that doesn't mean that they're going to have the same interests or skills as other members of that community. For instance, I don't really build themes anymore. I did a lot of that when I was doing agency stuff, but now that I'm working more on the product side, I don't spend much time building themes. Other people love building Gutenberg blocks, for instance, and I would, you know what, moving on. These are only the micro communities, though. In the same way, we have the more macro communities. Again, being a software developer, that means that I'm part of the larger software development community, the same one as the people who are building mobile apps in Swift, or the people who are maintaining COBOL applications that were written before I was born. Now, WordPress is written in PHP, that's the underlying programming language. So you're automatically, as a WordPress developer, part of that larger PHP community. And in fact, I went the other way. I landed in WordPress because I was doing a lot of PHP. I was working at a shop where we did a lot of PHP content management systems. And my boss went, hey, instead of building this one custom, WordPress uses PHP. Let's try that out for this client. And then I just kind of never left. I probably shouldn't say this at a WordCamp. So if the feed gets cut, please suspect foul play. But I get way more enjoyment out of building things in platforms like Laravel, which is a completely separate PHP application development framework, more than I do building WordPress plugins or themes. But my career has been centered around WordPress. My friends, most of them, are in WordPress in some way. So here I am at a WordCamp talking about WordPress because we are more than just members of the WordPress community. It's been said that if all you have is a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. And I think we can say the same thing about WordPress. If all you have or all you know is WordPress, then every problem kind of starts looking like a WordPress problem. Now, don't get me wrong, WordPress is an incredibly flexible tool. I've seen and helped people do some ridiculous things with it, but you want to make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. If you need a publishing platform or you need to build, say, a marketing site and your clients need to be able to go in and easily update content, WordPress, definitely. If you need to build a store and you want more control over it and you don't want to risk paying hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month to someone like Shopify, WooCommerce is a fantastic alternative. Training courses, booking engines, media galleries, and more are powered by WordPress every single day without breaking a sweat. Now, on the other hand, let's say you need to build a private API to power a mobile application. Yes, you could probably register a bunch of custom post types and then just strip out the stuff you don't need. You'll likely need to deal with stuff like authentication. You might need more robust logging and background processes. I mean, you don't really want to use WP cron for that. That's not what it's designed for. And then there are the performance considerations, of course, since WordPress is going to be spinning up on each and every request, but you could probably mitigate that with some pretty extensive caching. This is all to say WordPress can do just about anything, but that doesn't mean it's always going to be that right tool for the job. WordPress's goal is to democratize publishing. It's not necessarily to be the backbone of mobile applications. WordPress is only one of many tools in your toolbox, but you need to know enough to know that the other tools exist. Now, just because we spend our time as members of the WordPress community, that doesn't mean that we can only create WordPress-based solutions. Some of the best WordPress developers I know, for instance, are not WordPress developers. They don't consider themselves WordPress developers, but they're software developers who work with different technologies, whether those are other things in the PHP community or working with things like Ruby or Python or .NET. They have this vast knowledge, and then they know when it's okay to push WordPress to get something done and when it's best to look to these other tools. Let's get away from developers though, because I tend to kind of hover around that. We speak to what we know. Um, but instead, let's focus more on the people who are using the software. Let's say, for instance, I'm just going to pick a random product that's in no way topical. You're selling handmade masks using a WooCommerce storefront. Um, Now, this is obviously a hot market right now. So you need to do everything that you can to ensure that your store is going to rank higher than the competition. Now, if you're like me, your first instinct might be to go to Google or DuckDuckGo and search for improve WooCommerce search rankings. And you're going to get a whole list of plugins and services telling you, oh, we can get you to number one on all the search engines. Now, first, let's dial back those expectations a little bit. Selling a commodity item during a global pandemic, especially for a newer store, it's going to be an uphill battle if you want to get to that number one spot. But more importantly, let's go back to that original query. Improve WooCommerce search rankings. Maybe we drop WooCommerce from that, or we just simply replace it with store, improving store search rankings. That's going to open the field of knowledge, the pool from which your answers can be drawn to things across platforms, all different SEO communities. Now, here's the trick about search engine optimization. Google and friends, they don't care if you're using WooCommerce or if you're using Shopify or Magento or Wix. The rules aren't going to change based on the platform, but there are a bunch of factors that are going to be consistent that you need to be aware of. So maybe instead of asking, how can I solve this problem in WordPress? Try exploring the solution to the problem, period. Then figure out how to implement that within WordPress, whether it's installing a plugin or subscribing to a service or hiring somebody to build it if it doesn't already exist within WordPress. Or if you're able, create it yourself. These are how some of the most important WordPress plugins have come about. People see a need and they build it. So the former search, remember, improve WooCommerce search rankings, that might get you somewhere quicker. But the latter, improve store search rankings, having that context and understanding, that's what's going to set you up for long-term success. Now, for example, let's say you find a service that offers to boost your store's search rankings by, let's say, increasing the number of inbound links to your site. Now, those who don't deal with SEO and might not be the ones cringing right now, inbound links, those are the links on other domains that point back to your site. So let's say search engines are going about and they're crawling the web and they see a bunch of different sites that are pointing back to your site saying, these are the most beautiful and comfortable masks that I have ever worn in my life. Those search engines, they're going to see you as being reputable and therefore worthy of those higher rankings. The sad reality, though, is that buying inbound links is absolutely, like 100% of the time, going to be a scam. You might see a temporary gain, but you're likely going to end up worse off than where you started because the search engines see, oh no, this person's trying to pull a fast one on us. And then you end up falling lower in the ranks because you tried to lie and cheat your way up. Now, if you had done some light research on SEO, remember just optimizing store practices. How can I get more customers' eyeballs on my store? You might have read dozens of warnings about, hey, by the way, if someone tries to sell you inbound links, it's a scam. Run away. Don't do it. You would have also turned up dozens of checklists of things like, hey, here are the high, medium, and low priority things that most sites will need to address if they want more traffic to their e-commerce store. The kicker is that these checklists might not be prepared by people who are, say, hanging out in the WooCommerce space. They might be people who are working on Magento or consulting across all of the e-commerce platforms. Or maybe these are coming from SEO specialists who their market are people who are selling on Etsy or eBay, and they're just trying to optimize those listings. Again, it doesn't matter what platform you're using, those rules don't change. So understand the problem you're trying to solve, then determine how best to solve that problem. Finally, then you can figure out how to implement that solution within the context of WordPress or within WooCommerce. That order is going to let you avoid the most common pitfalls, as well as discover what questions to ask, and then make well-informed decisions about your business. Maybe not everybody knows this, but each release of WordPress is named after a different jazz musician. For instance, WordPress 3.2 was nicknamed Gershwin to honor George Gershwin. John Coltrane had 2.7, Ella Fitzgerald was 2.1, and Miles Davis kicked off the whole shebang with WordPress version 1.0. Now, WordPress releases being named after jazz musicians, that's rather appropriate because both WordPress and jazz are built around the idea of improvisation. Don't believe me? If you recall from our official WordCamp Kent history textbooks, should have been mailed to you, WordPress began as a fork of the B2 publishing platform way back in 2003. Mike Little and Matt Mullenweg took B2 and they built it out into a little blogging platform that we know today as WordPress. In the early days, WordPress was all about that blog. You visit a WordPress site and you see a reverse chronological list of posts. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. For those of us at a WordCamp, definitely something we've seen before, right? But that set the stage for what was to come. Before long, we got plugins and themes and the concept of pages. These weren't things that members of the WordPress community had seen elsewhere on other platforms. And they went, huh, that would be useful. I wonder if we can get that worked into WordPress. How can we incorporate that into what we love about WordPress? These were the first hints of WordPress embracing its future of becoming something more than just a blogging engine. Now, keep in mind, this was also back in 2005, so we still have 15 years of history to cover. WordPress continued iterating, experimenting, and improvising. WordPress 3.0 in the summer of 2010, and the first really useful implementation of custom post types and custom taxonomies. Now, if you're not a developer or you're not familiar with those terms, custom post types are what let WooCommerce have products and orders, or event calendars have events. They're different types of content. Then custom taxonomies, those help us tie all of these moving pieces together. These items are so fundamental to WordPress as we know it today that 10 years later in 2020, WordCamps will still regularly feature intro to custom post types and custom taxonomy type talks. Now, over the course of about 7 years, from 03 to 2010, WordPress had grown from just this little blogging platform to a full-fledged content management system, able to handle much more complex sites. Now, this wasn't necessarily due to any grand plan somewhere, but rather folks working on WordPress would look to other communities. They would say, hey, I was building this site and then I had to build a Drupal site for this other client. And I went, hey, that seems like a really cool idea. Or I was working in this .NET CMS and I went, ooh, it would be really cool if we had that. So people would go out and they would say, what is something that I have seen or used elsewhere that WordPress is missing? And then they would bring these ideas back and we would improvise and we'd figure out how to implement them within WordPress. Now, the next big improvisation came with post formats in 2011. If you haven't used post formats before, you're not alone. I don't think they ever really took off the way that the core team probably envisioned, but it showed that WordPress was willing to look beyond WordPress and draw inspiration and then improvise. Now, 2011, it's worth mentioning, also saw the first release of an e-commerce plugin known as Jigo Shop. Now, Jigo Shop leveraged custom post types that had been introduced the year before in 2010 in order to add e-commerce capabilities into WordPress. Jigo Shop was eventually forked by a company called WooThemes. You can probably see where this is going, becoming the foundation of what we know as WooCommerce today. So I felt like that was a notable milestone because now we have a blogging platform that's grown to power e-commerce storefronts and marketing sites, often without any blog component at all. So we've already kind of said, you know what, we can do pages, we can do e-commerce without even having to do this core thing that back in 2003 was the only thing that WordPress did. This is all because someone saw a great idea somewhere else and decided to figure out how to improvise and make it work within WordPress. So then WordPress kept growing and iterating. The WP REST API arrived in WordPress 4.7, and that gave developers a new way to interact with WordPress. So from headless sites to powering mobile apps, the REST API fundamentally changed the way that people thought about WordPress and its content. Now, the latest major innovation on the WordPress front was the block editor, aka Gutenberg. Now, some of the leads on the project, they were looking around and they were enamored with the block editing experiences on platforms like Medium and Ghost. And they were like, how can we bring this kind of experience into WordPress? Speaking from personal experience, publishers have been clamoring for this too. They wanted that solid page builder experience that didn't rely on shortcodes or didn't mean, okay, great, we're going to have some custom meta box set up and we're forever locked into this. And if we ever want to, swap out and go to, say, Beaver Builder, for instance, we'd completely have to rebuild every single page that was built using this proprietary thing. Now we have a nice standard thing because people stretched outside of WordPress. Now, I mean no disrespect to any of the core contributors, but a lot of these major innovations within WordPress, again, were not ideas that were original to WordPress. They weren't necessarily on a roadmap back in 2003. And I don't think that the core team, I could be wrong, but I don't think the core team sits in isolation chambers and put on blinders to be completely oblivious to the outside world. Things like content management systems, microblogging, e-commerce, REST APIs, block editors, these all exist outside of WordPress too, but WordPress took these ideas, they put a spin on it, and now they make up WordPress as we know it today. WordPress is the direct result of seeing what worked well outside of WordPress and then drawing those inspirations inward. And that's why I feel that the jazz comparison is apt. Music, especially styles of music that are heavily driven by improvisation, things like jazz and blues, it's all about borrowing ideas from your influences. It could be a riff here or a melody there, and you bring them together to create something new. Sometimes it's not even intentional. A guitarist might be jamming with his friends and not be thinking, oh, this is a riff I picked up listening to the Buddy Guy album, 12 years ago while they're jamming. But subconsciously, our brains, they're picking these things up and they're remixing them in our heads. They're twisting them about and they spit them out in cool new ways. So remember, a good idea is a good idea, regardless of the platform. The more we can learn from each other's successes and failures, our strengths and weaknesses, the further we can all go together. So don't be afraid to improvise or to make mistakes. Let your brain collect these little nuggets and ideas from all over and turn them into something big. Now, when we talk about knowledge, we can generally talk about it in two ways. We have the number of things you have some degree of knowledge about, so the breadth, and how well you understand particular things, or the depth. So if we were to plot these on a graph, it might look something like this. We have the x-axis, the number of things that we know. So whether these are things in our field, life skills, facts about our favorite TV shows, etc. But then we have the y-axis, right? How well we understand each of those things, that depth of knowledge. Now, a really wide breadth of knowledge is generally going to put us into the generalist or jack of all trades territory, where you know a little bit about a lot of things, but you lack really deep knowledge in any one area. The inverse can also be true, though. You get the people who are hyper specialized, the people who can tell you absolutely everything about a business practice or a technology, or maybe even something like a period in history. They have this really deep knowledge, but they might be blissfully unaware of so many things. Now, for very particular roles, being hyper specialized could be super useful. If, for instance, you are a brilliant virologist, but you don't know the first thing about, like, cooking or cleaning, I bet I'm not the only one who would volunteer to come to your house and cook for you and clean for you if it meant that you could use your vast, deep knowledge of virology to kick COVID to the curb. Please, if this is you and for some reason you're watching this keynote, email me. Conversely, it can be really useful to have one or two generalists on your team. You don't want a full team of them, but having those utility players, the people who can wear multiple hats or be able to point you in the direction if you have an idea and you need to flesh that out, they might be able to guide you. Now, the trick with all of this is that we don't have an unlimited capacity for knowledge. There's only a finite amount of time and energy that we have to absorb this stuff. And of course, different people are going to learn differently and at different speeds, but there are not enough hours in the day to learn everything about everything. That's important. You need to pick and choose what's going to be important to us. So for most of us, we're probably going to want to lie somewhere in between that hyper specialized and the generalist. We want a good balance of breadth and depth. We want deep knowledge in a few different areas, but we want to make sure that we're also aware of the world around us. For instance, if you are running a business, you probably want to have a pretty deep understanding of your customers' needs, or how you're positioned within the marketplace, who your major competitors are. You probably also want to have at least a little bit of understanding about things like marketing and finances, because those are kind of important. Even if all you really know about those is enough to say, I don't like this stuff. I don't want to learn more about this stuff. I would rather pay someone who is good at it or who does specialize in it to handle it for me. For the creatives, you might know everything about, say, color theory or typography, but if you're designing something that's meant to be interacted with, I would hope that you would at least have cursory understanding of things like user experience and accessibility, because these are important things. But the developers, you don't have to be that mythical unicorn developer. If it's easier for you to say, you know what, a front end framework is going to be, let me actually do my job better than it would be to sit down and learn absolutely everything there is to know about CSS. That's totally fine. And if you don't want to deal with setting up and maintaining servers, you might look at managed hosting options. I don't know, Nexus comes to mind. The real challenge is finding the bits of knowledge that are going to be tangential to your work, the things that aren't your specialty per se, but they can take your work from just okay or good to great or amazing. For my site owners, these are going to be things like copywriting and SEO. Does your copy grab your reader's attention, or does it just kind of fall flat? Does it fit your brand, or is it the kind of thing where, well, the site's going to launch and we don't have any copy for the about page, so someone put something together pretty quickly, it's fine, it's passable, but it's not winning any awards, it's not attracting anyone's attention. It just kind of slipped through and no one's had the nerve to go change it. Let me show you an example. With the run on toilet paper at the start of the pandemic, a lot of people started investigating bidets as an alternative. And yes, I'm about to talk about bidets during a WordCamp keynote because, again, 2020 is a strange and different world. So if you haven't seen or used one before, a bidet is either a standalone fixture or an attachment for your toilet, and it uses water to clean you up after you finish doing your business. Now, these are extremely common across the world, especially places like Europe and Asia, but they've never really taken off stateside. Now, I would like to tell you today about two different bidets. First, we have the Lux Neo series of bidets. Now, these are some of the top sellers on Amazon. They're pretty affordable, and the average reviews are hovering right around, say, 4.5 to 5 stars. So, pretty solid. The product itself looks very much like a medical appliance you might see in a hospital or in your grandparents' house. But sure, given those ratings and the number of reviews, it's probably a product that people are pretty happy with. Their website, on the other hand, could probably use some work. The first paragraph on their About page reads, Lux Bidet was started as a direct result of a problem encountered by its founder. After purchasing a basic bidet for his parents' bathroom, he found that there were many issues with it. Unattractive design, low quality fittings, substandard valves, and absent customer support. In 2008, Dr. Gupta set out to fix the problem, and Lux Bidet was born. Their About page is very matter of fact. Yes, bidets save paper, they're less abrasive than TP, they're better for your septic systems, they save money, etc., etc. It's objective and it's full of good information, but that doesn't exactly make you excited at the prospect of spending $60 to $100 or more on a bidet. Now, let's look at one of their competitors, Tushy. Now, Tushy sells a very similar product, but their copywriting sells it so much better. You know that old adage, if a bird pooped on you, would you wipe it off with dry paper or would you wash it with water? Oh, you never heard of it? Cool, cool, cool. But think about it. Water is the best way to clean just about everything. Our dishes, our sick cars, our hair and body. So wouldn't it make sense to clean our butts after we poop? Yeah. In the first paragraph, we have two uses of the word poop, one of the word butt, and I get to use both in order to make a point during a keynote. Once again, 2020 is a very, very strange year. Now, according to the title of a seminal reading for any parents of young children such as myself, everyone poops. But it's one of those things that we just don't talk about. Like it's something to be ashamed of. Now, while Lux Bidet uses safe, sterile language like health, hygiene, and derriere, I'm not kidding about that one. It's in there. Tushy realizes that people aren't used to or even really comfortable talking about this thing, which again is something that every human being does. So instead, they decided to subvert the rules of quote unquote safe marketing, and they put that stuff front and center. Their site includes phrases including protect your booty from infection and disease, poop happens, no more skid marks, and hashtag green bum. The copy on the Tushy site is absolutely 100% tongue in cheek because that's the kind of writing you need when your business model is literally, well, let's see, every human alive today does this, so maybe we don't take it so seriously? Take it from me. Humor is hard, and there's a very fine line between being cheeky and funny and just being crass or immature. But a good copywriter is going to be able to toe that line. Now, let's say that you're building a WooCommerce store to sell bidets, because again, there's a big market for them right now. Would you feel confident in your ability to write that kind of copy? Probably not, right? But if you understand the value of good copywriting, that might lead you to find copywriters who do understand how to maintain that balance and make your customers actually want to read, like look forward to reading about a bidet. The same can be said for SEO. You don't have to be an expert or spend hours poring over the latest SEO research because there are already thousands of people who do that same thing every single day. But just knowing, A, enough to know that you need help, B, the right questions to ask, and C, the right terms to search. These are things that will help you find the people or the tools to help you fill in those gaps when you need to. Now, I'm not generally a fan of the phrase, you don't know what you don't know, but this is like the one situation where it totally fits. If you're willing to look outside of your focus area, you will be a better person for it. You will be better at whatever your job or your passion is because you're aware of what's going on. It's situational awareness for knowing stuff, which is pretty cool. So let's do another example. And I promise this one has nothing to do with bidets. We are done with bidets. Thank you for humoring me. We know, for instance, that one of the big factors that determine whether or not a customer is going to buy something from your e-commerce store is how fast that page loads. Now, assume these people don't know anything about you. They arrived on your site through organic search. They were typing, I want to find whatever product, and your store came up, other stores came up. They clicked yours. If your store is taking more than, say, 6 seconds to load, there's a very high likelihood that they are going to go somewhere else. And let's be honest, that's probably going to be Amazon. In fact, the general rule of thumb is about 2.5 seconds for a page load. Anything more than that, and customers are going to be likely to bounce. So remember, 2.5 seconds is that sweet spot. And they're definitely going to bounce if they can get the same product elsewhere. If you're not selling something that's absolutely unique and you have competitors who are making the same or similar things, worse than that, over that 2.5 second threshold, studies have shown that you see about a 7% decrease in conversion rates for every second of delay. So 3.5 seconds, say bye-bye to an extra 7%. 4.5 seconds? Great, 14%, gone. Your site being slow is costing you money. Now, search engines will kick you when you're down because they'll penalize slower sites too. Slower sites will lead to lower rankings. Lower rankings mean you get less organic traffic. It's a double whammy. But just knowing these facts gives you a big leg up. If you know that your conversion rates aren't what you want them to be, and that your site is taking, say, 8 to 10 seconds to load, knowing that, hey, this poor performance is directly impacting conversions, that's a great place to start. So you can go and you can solve that problem. Understanding the benefits of organic search traffic on conversions also mean that you know that if you're not ranking well, maybe you want to talk to somebody who specializes in SEO. You don't need to become a performance engineer or an SEO specialist. That's not your job. But collecting these little bits of knowledge mean that you'll be able to ask the right questions and find the right solutions. The best part is the fundamentals, whether it's user experience or SEO, accessibility, copywriting, again, they don't care if you're using WordPress or if you're selling on WooCommerce or if you're using something like Shopify or Wix or Squarespace or Magento or any other platform. Remember, if you're running a WooCommerce store and you're trying to sell something, you're not just competing with other people with WooCommerce stores selling that same or similar thing. There are stores running on BigCommerce or Shopify or something like Wix or Squarespace, and they're all competing for those same search positions and those same customers. So why would you limit yourself to only learning how to market within the confines of WooCommerce? Why not go broader and learn what drives conversions regardless of e-commerce platform? It doesn't matter if you're reading an article about improving e-commerce conversions from a Shopify blog. In fact, they have some pretty great content. Or you might be learning how to optimize a database query from a Drupal developer. Doesn't matter. It's the same principle. Everything that we do is connected by these underlying fundamentals. So if we can learn something from, say, someone selling on Magento about how to improve your WooCommerce store, that's great. Heck, they might be learning a thing or two from us talking about WooCommerce, and that's cool too. So if you remember my friend Rebecca that I told you about, she is super smart. She's already ahead of the curve. She's doing these things. And while the Columbus Dispatch might not be using WordPress, they are still a publisher, which means that they're competing for eyeballs against other publishers who may very well be using WordPress. So by taking the time to listen and explore new ideas, Rebecca's able to see what others are doing well, and she's able to form those questions that she might not have ever considered to ask. Remember that WordPress makes up about 35% of the web today, which is outstanding, but that still means about 2/3 of the web is not WordPress. We would be doing ourselves a disservice if we just ignored everything else when there's so much more to learn. Again, these are weird and strange times that we're living in. So one of the best things that you can do, especially if unfortunately you might find yourself with a little more free time than you did back in January, is spend more time exploring things outside your immediate area of expertise. Whether that's reading more blogs or listening to more podcasts or taking advantage of online courses, open yourself to learning about the things that have been hanging just in your periphery. Best yet, we're just starting day 1 of WordCamp Kent. So today and tomorrow, they're going to be full of great talks, full of content from all over the spectrum. So whether it's lead generation or SEO, client management or photo editing, there's going to be something here at this camp that you can learn and use. So personally, I can't wait to pour myself a fresh cup of coffee, sit back and enjoy them all. We might not have the taco bar here today, but we have each other. And you know what? That's what matters most. So please sit back, enjoy, stay safe, stay healthy, and thank you so much. Have an excellent WordCamp Kent.
I am muting myself. I will count you in.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to WordCamp Kent in the Freelance Business Track. My name is Laura Byrne Cristiano. I will be your MC for today. Our first speaker is Rahul D. Sarkar. Rahul is a WordPress developer and digital marketing consultant based out of Kolkata, India. Apart from that, he conducts training and workshops in the Kolkata area and other metro cities in India on web development and digital marketing. This morning, he's going to be presenting on how to find the right customer for your service-based business. Take it away, Rahul.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Namaskar and good morning, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Kent, Ohio 2020. While it's hard not to be together in person, but I'm extremely happy and blessed to be a part of such a wonderful WordPress community. A bit about myself. I started my career as a WordPress developer and gradually I started migrating from WordPress, and currently I'm working as a digital marketing and business consultant. I work with a lot of service-based business and WordPress product company. So what's inside? Let's have a quick look on the things that we will be covering today. First, we will talk about who can be the right customer for our service-based industry. Now, there are few things that we need to ensure before finding the customer. Next, we will cover how to find the right customer. I will also share the strategies that I personally use for my own business. Last, before we conclude, I will share a few recommendations and best practices. Finally, we will end with a question and answer session. So let's first understand who can be the right customer for our service-based business. So let's have a look who can be the right customer for our business. Someone who have a genuine requirement. Service-based industry is all about solving problem. So if the customer themselves is not clear about the problem or what they are looking for, then it will be a problem because they will never be able to communicate what they are actually looking for or what problem that they are facing. Next, they should be aware that how your service can help their business. Also, your value proposition should be very well conveyed to them. And let's move on. So now that you know who can be the right customer for your service-based business, you may have a question like, does they really exist? That's one thing. Yes, they do exist. All we need to know how to find them. Now, you all are excited to know how to find the right customer. But before we proceed, there are certain things that we need to ensure. First, make sure that you and your team is fully prepared to provide the best in-class service to those clients. It's very important that we are fully prepared. It can be in terms of having the required infrastructure or maybe well-skilled people. You can never be the master of all trade. So it's important and a best practice that you pick a niche, work on making it perfect, and be the subject matter expert. Yes, as the company grows, you can always add other related services on your offering. A good example is many website development companies are also offering digital marketing and mobile app development services. Make sure that you and your team is very clear about the value addition that your service is providing. If it's not clear, then how can you or your team can convey it to the prospect? Lastly, have a proper workflow. I would suggest that you can use a project management tool so everyone is clear about their responsibilities, and you as a business owner will know what's going on, who is working on what, and everything, like every aspect of the project can be monitored just looking at a glance on that project management tool. So this is something that I would really recommend. Also, it is a good idea that you give an access to your client on that project management tool so they can also have a look like what you guys are working on. It helps in reducing the customer service work as well. Let's move on to the next part. Here we will talk about how and where to find the right customer. We will be discussing mainly about the online channels, covering both organic and paid channels. But I will also talk about few offline tips and tricks and channels that you can implement, and that really helps a lot as well. Search engine. Search traffic is really very important. Having a good ranking on the search engine like Google and Bing can easily bring a lot of traffic to your website. When people search something on the search engine, there is always an intent. It's a kind of pool marketing. A good example is, for example, I need to buy a mobile phone. What I do, I might be going to Google and search buy iPhone 7 or iPhone 8, whatever phone that I'm looking for, and the moment I find the website, I will go ahead and do my research work and buy the phone. So that means I have an intent to buy the particular product. So that's how important is the search traffic. Next, social media. Again, everyone is on social media, so is your customer. So if you're not on social media and you don't have a good presence on the social media, that means you're missing out a big chunk of your customer base. Also, it is a good idea that you are well aware and you have a good strategy for your social media campaigns. On the other hand, what you can do is you can have your own remarketing campaign set up on social media. So if anyone visits your website but and they leave without taking a valid action, then you can always follow them on social media. Niche blogging. Like I already mentioned in a couple of slides back, that it is very important to have a niche. So if you are expert in a particular domain, so it is a best idea that you have a very well written content, a well written blog post about the topic. It not only helps in bringing traffic from Google and other search engines, but it also shows that the niche, the topic very well. It helps you to build an authentic impression, or I would say a good impression to your customers, so that when they comes to your website, they know, okay, so this particular company knows what they are doing. It is also a part of educating the customer, so which is always a good idea. Forums. Now if you look at WordPress support channels, it is a forum itself. So when people face a problem, they go ahead and post about it on the forum, on the support channels. So what you can do is you can go ahead and provide a solution there. So that it helps in creating an authentic impression. It helps in letting the world know that you know your things, and above everything, it's a good karma. It's a good karma that you are helping other people. Let's have a look on some of the paid channels. Search and display ad. I already mentioned how important is the search result page, like the search engine rankings. So let's imagine that you don't have a ranking on the first page. Your website doesn't come on the first page, but there is an option. What you can do is you can place and search engine ads like Google search network. So when someone search something about your topic or the niche that you're writing, your ad will show on the Google listing. So this is one way to grab those people from the search engine. Another part is the display ad. I will talk more in details about display ad in couple of in coming slides. Email marketing, probably one of the most important part of marketing in today's world is email marketing, because you can communicate with the person one to one. And most business, they have they check their email very regularly, and you can send personalized content to them. Paid social media ads, like I think in the organic section I told you that we should be always available on social media, and I also mentioned about remarketing. So remarketing is again a part where you do a paid campaigns and follow those people on social media. Apart from that, a good example is, for example, you made a blog, and in order to have a better reach, what you can do is you can just post it on social media and maybe run a small campaign about it, so the blog have a good amount of reach. So at a glance, here are both the organic as well as the paid channels. Now I would another important thing is webinar and live broadcast. Webinar is by far, I think, one of the biggest marketing campaign that one can do in current time. Now that we are all locked up in this COVID situation, a lot of companies are actually shifting and put a huge weightage on webinar as their marketing need. Let's have a look on some of the reason why webinar is very important and how it can help. First, it educates and trains your customer. It increases brand awareness, and it also shows that you have an authority in your niche. And also it helps you, like the webinars that you do, you can always grab those video and repurpose it in other forms of social media or other places. Like you can put it on your website, and when it comes to social media, you can post it on Facebook, you can have it on Insta TV, you can post it on YouTube as well as on LinkedIn as a video. So the opportunity is endless. And also, I would always suggest that you repurpose your content. It's not like you make a blog and forget about it. Keep on working on it. And webinar also shows that it is a real engagement. You have people who are real, who are the people engaging with the content. So it is really very important. Hosting giveaways. Now, a lot of people might think that why should I go ahead and host a giveaway? So here are some of the reasons. Again, it helps in brand awareness. So if you are giving away something, let's assume that you're running a campaign where 5 people, after doing certain tasks, get a t-shirt with a company name on it. So definitely when they will be wearing the t-shirt, indirectly they will be promoting your company's logo, your company name. It is a kind of push marketing. So it is again a very helpful and effective way of doing advertisements. It also create a lot of buzz. I will show an example in the next slide. And sometime, yes, you might even receive a lead as well. So if you look at the example that we have over here, you will see this particular giveaway. There are certain tasks that the person needs to follow. First, follow that particular channel. Second, you have to react this on the post, and you have to comment on the post. So that means because of this giveaway, the particular brand is getting new people that are following the page, so which is again a good thing, and they're also engaging. So the thing is, like, everyone who is commenting, everyone who is reacting on the post are not getting the prize. Maybe only 5 or 10% will get it. But since a lot of people are engaging, so there is a high chance that this content might even go viral. So once it goes viral, that means it is having a huge reach. So indirectly, you also get a free boost on your promotion. So let me share some of the strategies that I follow in my business to get a good customer. So first is brand awareness. So a couple of slides back, I informed that I will cover the Google display ad or banner ads later part. So what we do is we have a funnel that we create in order to generate a customer, in order to convert the customer into a paying, convert that particular lead or a prospect into a paying customer. So our journey starts with brand awareness. We generate a lot of blog posts. We have a couple of niche website from where we put out contents, both in terms of video as well as info, as well as text contents, and then we go ahead and do a paid marketing on them so that we have a better reach. Now, if we go ahead and use Google display ad or maybe Facebook banner ads and other things, these are very inexpensive. You don't need to spend a lot of money. Like if I compare Google display ad and Google search ad, the cost difference is huge. So using the display ad, we try to reach a lot of more audience in a very small budget. So once we start pushing the content, we move on to the next part. So with after, like as I mentioned, that we pushed display ad. So what happens after that? People click on it. So once they click on it, they comes to our website, and there we have a very helpful article about a particular topic, and they would read the article, they would watch the video, they will interact with that, and it's a way of educating the customer. Also, it shows that we know the content properly. And also I would suggest that once you are writing the content, always keep in mind that you're not writing the content for a search engine, you're writing it for the people, the person who will be reading the content. So try to have a human touch on that. Also try to use proper call to action. So after we bring them on the website in the education phase, after that they start engaging with the particular content. As a result, what happened, they might go ahead and end up sharing the information, but that's not always the case. So in other case, what we do, we might end up offering them a free consultation in the form of CTA. Like I mentioned, CTA is very important, so you can have a proper CTA offering free consultation. You might give them ebooks. You might also invite them for a webinar. So let's go to the next step. Yes, so in the next step, what we are doing is we are trying to offer more value addition. Like I mentioned, we try to engage them, we try to attract them using webinars, we using videos and other things, maybe sometimes ebooks and all. So as a result, they would interact with that, they will go through the content that we are creating. So this will give them a good perception that we know the things very well. So ultimately, at the end of the day, everything that matter is the sales. So in order to sell, you need to pitch the customer. So this is the step where we start pitching the customer, and out of which we have a conversion, we have sales, and then we move on to the next phase, which is delivery and providing support. This is by far one of the most important part. You made a sale, the customer is converted, but if you don't deliver, if you don't keep up the commitment, then you will end up losing the customer, and that's not it. They would go ahead and spread bad reviews and other thing on the internet. So that is like a bad promotion, bad PR. So it is something that we need to be very aware. Like if you remember, I already mentioned at the very beginning that we need to prepare ourselves. So that means that even if we get a good customer and we are not doing a good job, so it is not a good combination. It's a very bad thing. Now once you converted the customer, you deliver the product or services that you are doing, customer is happy, you're providing quality support, everything is awesome. Now this is the time when you build a relationship with the customer. Try to understand, try to be in their shoe and see how you can improve more, how you can offer more, so that their business can grow. So this is the step where you need to, you need to build a relationship and upsell other related services. Now, in the whole flow, I want to mention one more thing. That is, after pitching, you might have customer where they will not be converted. So what happens to them? What you can do, you can again bring them up to the education phase in the step 2, so that you give them another flow, you put them into another funnel, so you provide more information and try to pitch them again and see if that converts. I think at least try 1 or 2. Now let's have a look on few recommendations. Okay, so now I will share some of the recommendation that I feel is important. But before I proceed, I also want to mention that apart from having a good presence online, practicing all the campaigns online, you should also have few offline activities as well. A good option is attending events that are in your niche and visiting places, visiting areas where you can network with the kind of people who might convert into a customer. A good example is WordCamp. So in WordCamps, what we do, we not only listen all those amazing sessions, but also we do networking. So that is a place where you can actually get a good customer as well. Now it's not always that it have to be someone out of your industry. I can share a good example that me providing services like website development or digital marketing and everything like that. So who can be my customer? Maybe some business that are into retail, maybe some business that are planning to sell something, and all those categories of thing. But a good example is we can mutually help each other. Like one person is a web developer, but he don't have a proper marketing channel. So if you are a digital marketer, you both can collaborate. So as a result, what will happen, his business will grow and you also end up getting a customer. So you can do some kind of partnership, and it's something which is very important. I personally believe that collaboration is something that all business should do, because at the end of the day, business is all about people. We don't do business with a legal entity. We do business with a human being. So it is important that we build relationship, and collaboration will only happen when we have that relationship. Now let's come back and have a look on a couple of the recommendations. So research and create. Now I mentioned in a couple of slides back that you need to have a very good content for your website, so that people find it helpful, find it interactive, find it useful. So how do you find that out? What kind of content to generate? So a good thing is to have a proper research behind it. So next time when your content writer asks that what content should I write, ask them, do a research, ask them to find out who is your customer and what they are looking for, and based on that you make the content. Remember, the content that you're creating on your website is not for you or the search engine, it's for the end customer. So there should be a very well researched keyword so that you get a good ranking, and also make sure that it is as human as possible. Couple of things to refer or to look into is competition analysis. You need to see what your competitors are doing and try to do something which is better than them, or at least as per their standard. Like at least you both are having the same standard. Try to do better. And understand what is your customer actually looking for, what your audience is looking for. What's their intent? Are they coming to your website just to get educated, or are they coming to your website to buy your product or services? So have that intent very clear, and always follow the best practice. There's certain things which are very basic technical things, like crawling. You're publishing a new article and you don't check whether it's getting indexed on search engine or not. Very basic thing, but we tend to forget. So this is a very important thing. Then mobile responsiveness, like we build website looking at the desktop or a laptop, so we get the big screen. But nowadays almost 50% or more traffic is coming from the mobile device. So why are we not putting importance on that? So there should always be a must guide, or I would say a must check, that to find out if your particular website or particular page is mobile responsive or not. Speed is again a very crucial factor. So make sure your website is optimized and have a good load time. Content is well organized and well structured. And if possible, I would say this is optional, but again, it have their own importance. That is AMP, accelerated mobile page, and PWE, which is progressive web app. So these are optional, but again, if you have it, it's good. So branding and intent, like why this is important. Like it not only helps you to stand out among the crowd, it carries a good vibe. It lets the world know that you are a brand. So that is something to give something worth putting out all the efforts. I mentioned that content should be reused and repurposed. So here are certain things that you can do. Like you can make a content into infographics, video, quiz, and ebooks. For example, you write and content on ACO. What you can do is you can make it into an infographics, which is very easy to share. You can make a video out of the content. The whole content will act as if like it's a script, or maybe using the content you can make a video out of it, so which is very helpful. And maybe after the 2 or 3 folds, what you can do, you can have a quiz stating like, hey, you have read so far, so let's see how much knowledge you have gathered. So have a quiz down there. So what happens is that people the visitor will interact with that particular thing, and you can put 1 or 2 things, like why don't maybe ask them for their name and email address, so that you can send send them more information or something of that sort. You can design the campaign accordingly. Again, very important thing is to have a very clear call to action. You're offering, what you are doing, what service you are providing, all those should be crystal clear. Like if you are providing 3 revisions, make that very clear, make that stand out, because this will help you to avoid bad situations or unwanted circumstances in coming time. So your CTA needs to be clear, your offering needs to be very clear. Content distribution, now that you have created an amazing pool of content, so what's the next flow? The next step is to spread the content. Let the world know about your content. You can do it on social sharing. If you remember, I talked about email marketing. Now that you have a proper email marketing setup, you have a list of people, use email automation to blast those content, and you can have push notification. So this is again a very important thing. And nowadays the push notification not only work on your desktop computer, but it also work on your mobile app as a notification that you get on your phone. So push notification is a good option to distribute your contents. Brand presence. Okay, so this is something again comes to your branding part. So a proper brand identity is required. You need to be very active and responsive, and try to develop a community. Just have a look on our very own WordPress. We have a community, and to be very honest, like we all fall in love with the community, because it's not only that we are technical people, we are using WordPress. It's because like we are human being and we have a relation. So this relation actually helps us to be in touch with one another, and indirectly what we do, we talk about WordPress. So WordPress gets that added advantage, gets that marketing benefit. So having a community is a good option. For example, you are providing a web solution, have a community revolve around them, like maybe a Facebook group where you talk, where you provide contents, where other people can go ahead and submit their queries and other thing. If they face a problem, they can always post it there. Your team can go ahead and help you out. So building a community is very, very important. I must say one thing, like speaking in front of a live audience It's much easier than speaking in front of this camera. This is something first time, like this is something I'm doing for the first time. Now let's talk about some best practice or something that we need to keep in mind. That is one, master the hashtag game. Now everywhere you have hashtag things going on. You have it on Twitter, Facebook, and even on the search engines. So always have a practice of using proper hashtag. Make sure the hashtags are relevant, not like you add a random hashtags. It doesn't work that way. So it is very important to have a proper hashtag. And the target, when we are talking about social media, the target should always be something like this: engagement. So if you look at the slide, the example, what I have mentioned is share, comment, and like. What we do, if you post if you post a picture on Facebook, we say, oh, I got 20 likes, I got 50 likes, I got 100 likes, and we happy. And the thing is, people scroll and they just put a click. So that's not a real engagement. Check how many people are commenting. And if you want to feel like more important, although it's not relevant for a personal profile but for your business profile, first check how many people are sharing. Because if they are sharing, that means they found your content worth sharing. It's important, so that's a good content. Then see how many people are commenting. So again, commenting takes time, although it's less than sharing, but commenting takes time. So that means content sharing and comment should be your priorities, and then those like and other reactions, because that's something anyone can do it, and it just take a fraction of a second. So don't be happy getting hundreds of likes. Focus on share and comments. Be respectful. The whole world is watching you, since you are on internet. So make sure you are respectful, you are very inclusive, because it helps a lot in building those relationship with your audience. And always follow the best practice. There is no shortcut of in success. Lastly, before I conclude, I just want to say that no marketing strategy is perfect. It's all about trial and error. So keep on experimenting. I remember 1.5 years back, we had some issues. We were spending a lot of money on marketing. We are not making a lot of money. So leads were not of quality. So I was worried being a business owner. So what I did, I took a break. I took a break. I jotted down points like why I'm spending that much money, what makes me spend that, and why customers are not coming, or why I'm not able to target the right customers. So I started making a buyer's persona. I started finding out like who are the exact customers I will look for, what is their profile, and then what kind of marketing I should follow. Should I follow the outbound kind of marketing or inbound kind of marketing? And I tried both. And to be very honest, the inbound techniques or inbound marketing gave me a brilliant results. I'm still learning, I'm still practicing, I'm still doing the experiments. So I will encourage everyone that keep on experimenting, never settle down. So that's the end of the session. Thank you so much for listening to my talk, my session. I hope that you find it useful. And if you have any question, please do let me know.
Thanks, Rahul. That was a great presentation. A couple folks had some questions that came up in the chat. We'll ask them now. If we run out of time, Rahul will be over in the Slack channel afterwards to answer anything that may have been missed. If you're not sure how to get to that, just hit the website, which is 2020.kent.wordcamp.org, and you can find out how to engage with Rahul in case we run out of time, because we only have up until 10:30. But the first question comes from Adrika, and she wants to know, what do you prefer most, organic or paid search?
According to me, I think you should design a campaign which involves both search, paid as well as organic, because organic gives you a free boost. It brings people on your website without any without investing any money on the advertisement. But on the other hand, you can use paid media to reach more people. So I think the campaign should revolves, or campaign should be made using both.
Great advice. Another question comes in from Jennifer, and she wants to know, what are your feelings on social media marketing?
Now that everyone is on social media, like missing out social media, I think it's a blunder. So all your marketing effort should have a social media part, and it's very simple. Like you are making contents for your website, or maybe for offline as well as online mediums, you can just push it using social media and get more reach. So I think social media is something that you should not be missing out. You should put equal effort on social media.
Um, Along the same lines on social media, Brittany had a question and she wanted to know if you had any tips on exactly where you should start out. If you're talking about paid social media, like what's a good starting point for that?
uh First, you need to know where is your customer. Like if you're targeting professional people, then LinkedIn is a good place. Now if you're targeting like maybe consumer product, then or consumer related service, then you can try Facebook. And Twitter again, it's something that lies in between both. So Twitter is again a good option, but my preference, if you're targeting professionals, business owners, who need a professional services, you can use a LinkedIn. And in other case, Facebook is always a good idea, but Twitter should not be missed out. So these are the three platforms I would recommend when it comes
Great.
to paid.
Olga has a several part question here for you. Olga asks, how to start small, find a niche, and of get into the space without elbowing in. Do you have any kind of best practice there on what you should do?
First, in order to get start, you actually need to start. You should not be worrying, like you should not be thinking, okay, let me first get prepared, and after 3 months of preparation I will get started. Don't do that. Start right now, because once you start, you will actually know like the flow actually. Like I started my career as a developer, and then with my business I started moving towards digital marketing. Now I specifically works with a lead generation. So lead generation is my particular niche, and it took over 5 years for me to figure out like what is my particular niche. So once you start, once you make content, once you are producing things, and over the time on the flow, you will get your niche. And before choosing a niche, you should always make sure that that is the work that you love to do, that is the work you can do non-stop. And one of the best way to find out, like choose a field where you will work, not to worry about money. Like you won't get tired, something that you love to do. So for me, I love development, I love coding, I still check out things right now. But for me, marketing is something that I cherish. I think marketing is a blessing for me, and I never get tired, or I never think that I'm overworked or something like that. So these are the few things that you need to keep in mind. And regarding the elbow part, I would say, like competition is everywhere. But if if you get started, if you pick if you are working on your particular niche, in no times you will stand out. So it's not that because of this competition we won't get any clients or we won't get any project. Like since, let me be very specific, like in website development, we always think like there are hundreds of companies that are doing. So if I start my business, will I get it? But not to forget the fact that there are thousands of people who are actually going online. So which is like 10 times. So if 100 people are starting an agency, 1,000 people are going online. So you will never run out of customers. And if you get a customer, hold them, cherish them, pamper them as if like they are your baby, and make sure that your agenda or your work should grow their business. Be a business partner for them. If you practice all those things, I don't think so that you will be elbowed to any corner.
It's a great answer. Awesome advice for so many industries. Have time for maybe two more questions here for you.
Sure.
Um, Here's another one. Does it really, try that one more time in English. Does working on getting more backlinks, is that really worth the effort and the time it takes to do that?
It's a very controversial question, to be very honest. You will find industry gurus who would focus on, get more backlinks, get thousands of them. I think in the last slide also Steve mentioned that, backlink thing, and he also warned people not to buy backlinks. So I would stay with that. Never ever buy backlinks. But the fact is, in today's world, backlink do matter, but not that much how it used to be like 5 years back. So if you are doing good content, if you are working hard, if your content is excellent, then definitely people will give you the shout out, and that shout out is your backlink. People will refer you, so that is your backlink. So use that. I think not be like, I need to get 100 backlinks. Don't worry about backlinks. Just keep on creating good content which people will find helpful, and they would easily be referring that, okay, I learned this from that particular website, or they might even feature you. So just work on the thing that you are good at. So that would help you to get more backlinks, and don't worry about backlinks, and never ever pay for like backlinks.
Great. I think we have time for just one last question here. How would you improve conversion of leads?
Okay, so it depends like what kind of lead it is. But again, since my topic is related to service industry, let's assume that leads are for web development and digital marketing first and foremost. Be very clear with your offering. Like in the first interaction, tell the prospect that these are the things that you will offer, and also not to forget the value addition that you are going to bring. And another good idea is, if the customer is local, try to meet the customer in person. And if the customer is like not local, so at least do a video call. Don't just be over email and email or voice call. Because at the end of the day, when you see a person, or when you at least see the person virtually, like speaking with you, that brings some kind of human connection, so that helps. And listen more, because while talking with the customer or the prospect, they will themselves tell you what problem they are facing and what solution they are expecting. So you can check whether your service and offering actually are in line with what they are looking for. If that is, then I think you don't have to work very hard to get the conversion on board. And always try to have a human face for your company. Don't be like we are just a website or something like that. Sometimes being friendly helps a lot.
Great. Thank you so much, Rahul. That was great advice. As I said, if you have any other questions or something just occurred to you, if you want to follow up with Rahul, you can go find him over in the Slack channel. Just hit the website, which is 2020.kent.wordcamp.org. Also want to point out to everybody, we have sponsors, that this event could not possibly be happening without our sponsors who have made the effort to be here with us online today. They each have individual sponsor rooms. It's your opportunity to engage with them one-on-one. A lot of times we don't get that opportunity. You can actually talk with our generous sponsors, and their rooms can all be found also on the website. So do check that out, visit them, find out about their products, and ask them questions that you may want to know about. And that at the end of the day, don't miss out on the great after party that's happening. There is an online after party, folks. That's right, the WP Game Show. Check out the information on that on the website also. So thanks everybody for joining us here for the first session. We're going to take a brief break, and then we'll be back with more great content. So thanks everybody for participating.
Hi, welcome to 7 Steps to Sustainability, Improving Your Business Model for Freelancers and Small Businesses. Our presenter, Corey Ashton, spent over 20 years in the digital marketing space. She built up a WordPress agency that sold in 2017 and spends most of her time now consulting with industry brands and agencies on improving customer retention with persona-driven development. Take it away, Corey.
Hey y'all, hello everyone. I'm so pumped to be here today. Thanks for taking time out of your weekends to just come be a part of this and invest back into what you're doing. And that's what I'm hopeful for in this workshop right now. I want to be talking about how to grow your freelancing business model. And if you're a small agency, doing your best to reach up to that mid-level agency kind of range, this is where I've been able to do it. These are the things that I've done. I'm going to share 7 aha moments with you that have really impacted that in my life, specifically inside the world of WordPress, right? As I've been a part of this community now. So y'all, I'm going to move pretty quickly because as a Southern gal, I do speak pretty fast and we've got a short amount of time to cover a lot of really cool stuff. But I'm going to give you a link that you can go to and check out some specific little extra assets that I'm going to give you and resources that I'm going to give you today. So you'll have that with you. If there are moments in this that you go, oh, I need to remember that, and you can't write quickly enough, just take a quick screenshot of your screen, right? Figure that out. Or if you have your cell phone by, take a quick picture of your screen and you'll have that resource available for you. I'm super pumped because we are about to go through all sorts of different things. We're going to talk about pricing structure. We're going to talk about residual income and building out a recurring revenue model. We're going to talk about contracts, which a lot of people don't talk about at these WordCamps. So let's dive into it and see what we can explore and learn today. And I'm going to challenge you just to hopefully take away at least one thing that can be impactful for your business model this weekend that you can go have as an action item this weekend to go and implement. So we are doing this. We're hopefully going to be improving your business model specifically for freelancers and small business. And there are 7 key steps. This is your link, askcorey.com/WC Kent. I would love for you to go there. You don't have to right now, but I want you to go there ultimately and get some resources that I'll be talking about in this talk. All right, the very first thing I'm going to challenge you to do is know your purpose and your passion. It's so important to understand your why. If you're familiar at all with Simon Sinek, he actually says start with your why, and he walks you through how to get to your why you're in business. Knowing your purpose and knowing your passion allows you to steer your ship correctly. So in 2012, I started a company with my parents. It was a WordPress agency here in San Antonio, Texas, and we called it Webtegrity. We had our grand opening in 2012, and this was the crew that helped start it. It was actually just initially me and my mom and dad, who you see here on the right side of your screen. My mom was our accountant, and my dad was all of our technical assistants, and I was every other hat that you can possibly imagine. I was lead sales, I was marketing, I was designer, I'm going to really loosely use the word developer. I'm going to put that in some serious air quotes because I only know how to spell PHP. I don't know how to write it. So I'm out there with themes and all sorts of hacking methods, right? That's how we started the company. And very quickly, we started growing and adding on some subcontractors. And I'll walk you through a little bit of that story a little bit later on. Our claim to fame was we were above a Starbucks. Oh, man, that was amazing for us because I started as a freelancer. I actually started building websites in 1998, old school HTML websites. And when I had a client one time ask me for WordPress, I was like, oh, no problem. Totally got you. Went home and Googled, what is WordPress, right? And over the weekend, taught myself how to build out a WordPress website using a pre-existing theme and started selling WordPress. And I just had that aha moment of, man, I think I'm onto something here. Especially those of you that have ever had the frustration of trying to build out an HTML site. For me, the magic happened when I went into dashboard, appearance, and menus, and I was able to do a drag and drop menu and build this thing out in just a matter of seconds, and it was on every single page, and I was like, oh, my life has been forever changed. So WordPress was definitely the all-in concept. We decided to plant our flag in the ground in San Antonio and wave that we are the WordPress go-to shop. So understanding your purpose and your passion can keep you centered. And that's really where I want you to understand that if you know why you are opening your business and running your business, if you know why you're waking up every day to do it over and over and over again, it will keep you centered. It will keep you driving in the correct direction. For me, we named our company Webtegrity because we absolutely wanted to have integrity in our pricing, in our deliverables, in our communication, and also in our internal community inside of our company. We just wanted to have a strong sense of integrity. So that was our purpose. We wanted to give back to small businesses and entrepreneurs in our San Antonio community and help them get online in an affordable manner. So with that, understanding your why and understanding your purpose, you also need to know your exit strategy. Very early on in my entrepreneurial journey, I had a mentor tell me, Corey, do you understand your exit strategy? And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm just trying to figure out how to turn on my lights. What do you mean I have to know what's going to happen at the end of this road? And he said, your exit strategy is almost more valuable than your mission statement, than your why. Because at the end of this, what does that look like for you? Is this something where you're going to turn the sign from open to close, turn off your lights, and that's it, no more? Is this something that you want to actually grow up and allow it to be kind of this boxed unit that you can then sell and walk away from? Maybe having some sort of a residual payment from them, some sort of relationship like that? Is this something where it'll be a legacy product handed down to somebody in your family and you want the next generation to come up and run this company? What does it look like the day that you try to remove yourself from this picture? Understanding what that looks like allows you, again, to drive toward that decision. What you can do is you can write these things down, put them up next to your computer on the wall, and say to yourself, every decision that I make needs to be measured by those goals. Does this decision that I'm making today get me to that end goal? If it does, then this is a correct decision, and let's give it a try. So understand your exit strategy. For us, we moved pretty quickly away from being above a Starbucks. I wanted to continue to establish our legitimacy. We moved into this beautiful building and grew our team from what was 3, me, my mom, and dad, to a group of 17 ultimately. We have this amazing shot here of some of the indoor of our beautiful facility. It was such a cool time in my life to grow up this company and to have such a great space. We had clients that would come in, and the second they would enter our entranceway, they would say to me, I want to work with you just because the vibe here. I'm like, yeah, just because the vibe, right? So in 2017, we were actually acquired for 7 figures. Our exit strategy in starting the company was to sprint really quickly and get my parents' retirement. That was the goal. How do we sprint as quickly as possible and sell this thing so that at the end of the day, my parents can retire and I can move on into my next evolution of whatever season I'm going to go into. So that was the goal. And we didn't know if it was going to take us 3 years, 5 years, or 15 years. We just knew that was the goal. And every decision that we tried to make pointed us toward that. And we were able to do it in a short 5-year sprint. So knowing your exit strategy gives you that target to aim towards. So I'm going to just challenge you today. If this is your aha moment, what is your exit strategy? Do you even understand that as a freelancer? Is your exit strategy of this season right now as a freelancer, is that exit strategy moving into a small agency and you want to start growing up your business and acquiring team members? Is that something you want to do? Or are you loving life as a solopreneur right now and this is your gig and this feels right? Nobody needs to look at you and say, oh, well, why aren't you an agency yet? If you love being a freelancer and that's what fits right for you, I'm going to challenge you to thrive in that and know that you're amazing to me. I think it's incredible that you're able to do that. Being a small agency and growing into a medium-sized agency, again, it has to feel right to you. So define your own exit strategy. Don't let anybody else definitively give you that direction. This needs to be something that comes from your heart. So these are our first 2 things: know your purpose and have an exit strategy. If you can do that, you're already light years ahead of the competitors. All right, so we're going to look now at some key improvements. Improve your service, improve your pricing and profit, and improve your process. I know probably out of all these, we're looking at that word profit going, oh, that's the one I'm mostly interested in. But it takes all of these to get to that point. So as much as we all enjoy making money, I need us to think about our processes so that what we're doing is sustainable as well as scalable. So if we improve our services, we can then improve our pricing that ultimately should allow us to have better margins and improve our profit. And with all that, you have to have a great process. So improving your services, that's what we're going to start first. I'm going to challenge you to niche yourself. One of the mistakes I made very early on is I tried to be all things to all of my clients. So let's say somebody walked in the door and as a small business, they had just registered their business and they needed a logo, business cards, brochures back in the day, a website. They needed their menus made for the restaurant. They needed a car wrap designed. They needed, the gamut, right? They needed everything. And I'm hearing those problems. And as a fixer, I know that about myself. I want to be the solution for all of those problems. So I'm just thinking, add that as an item line, add that as an item line, and I'm going to do all this for this client. But the truth is, I kind of sucked as a designer. I'm not really that talented when it comes to designing. So what I should have done early on is not overcommit to a client, but maybe network with a really great designer in the area and say, you know what? I don't do that service, but I have a partner in business. I have a friend in business. I have a networking buddy, a gal that's great at this. I'm going to send you there. She'll fulfill that. And then you'll pivot right here and I'll take care of what I know I'm great at. And here's what I'm great at. I'm great at websites. I'm great at SEO. I'm great at digital marketing after we go live with you. And that's where I'm going to partner best with you. Niching yourself allows you to be creative and incredible in those one deliverable things that you're offering to your client. And it allows you to charge more typically. So then you can start adding services, but I'm going to challenge you to add services that are supportive to your niche. Meaning, if you feel like I'm really great at design, Corey, I'm total opposite of you. I'm great at design, I'm horrible at development. Then start adding on complementary services inside of that design lane. If you're great at development, then figure out how to bring in a reoccurring residual model with support plans, because that's just more development, right? Maybe they have pictures they need to change out every quarter, or maybe they have new team members that need to be added, or maybe they want ongoing SEO and you understand those services. These are the types of things that complement your niche and make sense to bring to the table and tell your client, this is what I can do for you. Additional things like conversion strategy, additional things like SEO organic, right? Organic SEO versus paid. So there are different things that you can kind of bring in some variations and add to that contract and move your pricing from maybe selling $5,000 websites to selling $50,000 websites. Another huge aha moment that I had was WordCamp Austin 2014. I was there in the audience when Jason Cohen, who is one of the leadership team members of WP Engine, was speaking at a WordCamp as a keynote speaker at that WordCamp. And he said to all of us, if you don't have a reoccurring revenue stream in your model right now, in your business model right now, I'm going to say to you that in 3 years, your lights are going to be off. And it rattled me, it shook me, because I thought, oh my goodness, here's a very successful company in the WordPress industry giving me an aha moment right now, and I need to set up and pay attention. What is it that he's saying I need to go do to keep my lights on? And when he said it's that reoccurring revenue model, I kept thinking, okay, I don't have that right now at all. I am project to project to project, and I am in pain when my client goes rogue because I charged 50% down and I'm waiting for that final payment, and they're off and running and can't figure out their about us information, and I'm wondering how I'm going to pay my bills. We'll talk more about pricing structure in just a minute, but specifically a reoccurring revenue model inside of your agency, I cannot stress to you how important that is. It allowed us to go from charging clients a one-time fee to telling them inside of this partnership, as we launch you right now, you're going to be coming onto a support plan, and minimally it's going to be $99 a month. Here's what that did for us. I'm going to show you right now what our packages were. what you can do is partner with a great hosting company like Nexus or Liquid Web or WP Engine. Partner with one of those companies and come in here and take what they're offering, right? Go down the bullet point list of what they're offering inside of their hosting plans and bring that to the table and add your own skill sets to the list and put them in these packages and say to your clients, we couldn't call them retainers because that makes people's jaws kind of torque. They think about lawyers. We didn't want to call them maintenance plans because people are like, I don't need maintenance. But for some reason, especially in South Texas, the keyword of support plans, everybody set up and said, oh, of course I need support. Yes, I want to be able to reach out to you and ask you questions. I want to have you do things as we toss it over the fence to you. Of course I want that. We actually required it. So if you built with us, we required a minimum 12-month agreement to get you out of the gate and get you into a sustainable relationship, growing and launching your new website. So these were the lanes that we required. Here's the aha moment that we had with this, y'all. This took us from making right around, I think when we started this program in 2012, we had maybe $3,000 a month that was just kind of trickling in on these residual kind of leftover plans that we had partnered with. Somebody needed SEO somewhere, but I was never peddling with the mindset of everybody coming in has to have these support plans. In my mind, my sales pitch in my absolute green ignorant phase was, it's just $2,500 and no more ever again. And that's great for the client. That's horrible for us. So we have to think about having our lights on through all the seasons. And I'm sure you're feeling it now as we've all gone through this quarantine phase, this quarantine season of our lives right now through COVID, where we're looking at things going, man, are people really buying my services still? If you had, or if you have this kind of reoccurring revenue model inside of your business strategy, this is what keeps your lights on in these tough seasons. Then I'm going to challenge you to go custom. For us, selling $2,500 websites, I remember the first time I handed a contract to a client and it was $4,000. And I thought, are they going to go for it? That's amazing if they do. I'm going to be able to pay my truck payment. I'm going to be able to pay my house bill. I thought it was so incredible. The last project I just sold rolled out for $172,000 for a website build. So it's possible to grow this. And the way you do that is by customizing your offerings. The more custom you can go with API integrations, custom WordPress themes, CRM integrations, all of these different things that you can offer, ongoing strategies for your clients, that's where the value lies. And that's where your price tag can just increase and your deliverables can increase for the value for your clients. I'm also going to challenge you to give back. We're going to talk about this aspect inside of your business model in a couple of different ways in this chat. Giving back for us in this, when I'm talking about your services, one of the things we found early on is everybody needs something for free. And our heart is to give back. And when you name your company Webtegrity, you kind of say as a tagline, we're a sucker for nonprofits. You just are. We love people and we want to help people. But the problem was everybody's coming in line going, I don't have a budget, but I need this, 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 and this. So what we did was we actually created a drawing every month. Early on in our business model, we had people come in and put their name in a hat, literally put their name in a hat and say, hey, I'm a local nonprofit. We need a website. And then what we would do is at the end of the month, we would pick out a name and find the name. And that was the company that we would build a free website for. It would be a 10-page pre-existing theme like Divi. We would build it out on that and hand it right back to the nonprofit and say, there you go. We want to invest in your growth. And we hope that when you have a budget later on down the road and you're ready for a new iteration of this, you'll come back to us and build that relationship with us. What it did was it allowed us to not say no to anybody. We just said, we understand your budget is nil. Come in, put your name in a hat. Let's see if we can get you a website. For those that couldn't or didn't win for that month, we had a $500 weekend workshop where you came in on a Saturday and Sunday for $500 and we taught you how to build it yourself. That's the way you give back to your community. And I'm sure there are others here. If you want to mention it in the chat, other ideas that you've done as a give back in your community, I would love for you to throw them inside that chat and just start to share them with each other. Because I think it's extremely important. I feel like it's one of our core values in the WordPress community of being an open source community. We need to give back not only to each other as peers in the industry, but also to our communities. Let's talk about improving our pricing and our profit, y'all, because this is where it gets fun now. So know your numbers. Anybody like to watch Shark Tank? They stress, know your numbers. You got to know your numbers, y'all. I am a creative brain. Math and science makes me go cross-eyed right away. I don't want the business side of things. I don't feel like I'm smart enough to know the business side of things, even though I've been an entrepreneur since I was 12 years old. Doesn't matter. I was never an entrepreneur for the business strategies. I was an entrepreneur because I didn't want to be an employee. I was an entrepreneur because I saw a way to make some money and I was like, I want to make some money. So I'm going to challenge you though, if you understand your margins, you understand your numbers, you're only going to be even that much more profitable, that much more sustainable, that much more scalable. So think about knowing your numbers, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. Again, I'm going to hammer it home. You've got to require residual fees, whatever that looks like, you guys. Whether you are a designer or you are a developer or you are an SEO company, whatever that looks like, get creative and figure out how to have that required residual income. When we sold our company in 2017, we went to the table from having around that $2,500 to $3,000 a month residual income to moving us to having $80,000 a month coming in off residual income. That's what looked so valuable to the incoming company that bought us, is we had on the books contracts for $80,000 a month coming in. And that was just residual. All of our builds on top of that were extra builds happening, right? That was extra fluffy, good money happening that padded our books and gave us that good margin. Simplified contracts. Here we go, starting to talk about contracts. And I have to pause us for a minute, and I really need y'all to hear me say this. I am not a lawyer. I do not want you to take this context that I'm about to show you and copy and paste this and think that this is going to cover your tush contractually somewhere legally, right? These are just examples that I'm about to show you. And I'm hoping that what this will do is give you aha moments as to maybe little nuances in your current contract that you might not have thought about yet. That's why I'm showing you this. I think there could be some legal ramifications if you take these things and just go use them right away. Not that I'm going to sue you, that they might not be legitimate enough for you. Okay, so just let me start by saying that, and I hope you all hear me. Give me a high five if you do hear me, and let's move forward with this, because I really want to show you some cool stuff that I wish people had shown me. I feel like we all hold this a little too close to our chest and we go, I don't want my competitors to see how I'm pricing stuff. It doesn't matter, you guys. I just want y'all to have some ideas in your mind of what others are doing and think that's not going to work for me, or think, maybe I'll take that one component and figure out how to make that work for me. So this is basically how I started. Most of our contracts started on an initial just handshake, good old boy agreement. That's what we do here in Texas, right? A good old boy agreement. Very quickly, I realized that good old boy agreement gets very skewed right away, and scope creep is a real thing. So let's just put it down in writing and figure out very simply what our expectations are, not only for you as a client, but for me as the one that's going to have to go do all these executable deliverables. So I went to a single page contract, and this is a simple SOW. Scope of work. This scope of work allows you to bullet point things out, and I would challenge you to actually add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not just a bunch of ones in there. List out the actual tasks that you feel like you have understood this project to be, so that you can step by step walk the client through it and say, everything that we've talked about, this is what I've interpreted my tasks to be. Do these align with your expectations? If they say, oh, I thought you were going to do that intro hero video that you were talking about, that you were so pumped about. I really like the idea of that video. Why isn't that in here? Oh, well, we can absolutely add that in there. Let me also add that to the price tag, right? This allows us the accountability of delivering to the client what they expect and getting our payment as to what we expect we're about to go spend our time doing. The other thing I'm going to challenge you to do is have a time frame allocated there. It's interesting that a lot of people price things differently. Some people price things by project-based fees, a one lump sum. This is going to cost you $15,000 for me to do. And then you just go spend whatever time you spend on it. For us, early on, we were still learning how long it took us to do things. We were still working with a select industry level of people, small businesses, who didn't necessarily understand the process either. So their scope creep was a very real thing. So we allocated things like this: 20 hours total it should take us to do these tasks for us. We're going to spend 5 hours in design, 10 hours in development, and 5 hours adding in your content and spicing it up for SEO. It should be 20 hours. What this allowed us to do is inside that design phase, as we're coming up with cool ideas, if we sent back to the client a design and the client goes, nope, 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 I found 3 other websites I'm going to show you today, and I need you to go do it this way. Okay, so you go back to the drawing board, you create a new iteration, you send it back to the client, and the client goes, no, no, no. My grandmother sent me 4 other websites. I love these now. Let's go this way. What this allows you to do is then pause with the client and say to the client, I'd love to do that for you. Yeah, let's go in that route. I'm in full agreement of that. However, I only allocated 5 hours in our design phase right now. So if you'd like me to go ahead and go down that lane, let's add in another 3 hours. Are you open to that? Yes, you are. Okay, I'm going to put that down here as an add-on to our contract, an additional 3 hours at $85 an hour. Let me go work on this new iteration for you. It keeps you from having to dig into your other buckets of time and allows you to get paid for that extra work that's happening. If that client goes, no, I can't afford that, then you say, well, let's save those ideas for a phase 2, and let's go ahead and get you out launched. I know you want to be making money. We need to go ahead and get you launched with this iteration right now, and let's move forward. Payment terms for a simple scope like this, anything under $5,000, I typically charge all payment up front. It's up to you as to how you want to do that. I'll talk about another pricing model in just a minute that might be better for those larger projects. But there's fine print. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see just a little bit closer here. There's fine print as you get down here into the signature area of the contract that I want you to be very aware of. Let's read through this. The above prices, specifications, and conditions are satisfactory and hereby accepted. Company, or whatever your company's name is authorized to do the work as specified above. Payment terms are approved, and the deposit is fully non-refundable. I want you to think about that type of language to cover your tush on those clients that put down a deposit and then go rogue on us, and we're never able to loop back. And then all of a sudden, 6 months, they come back and they're like, I don't want to do that project. I need my money back. You've already put time and effort into things, so you need to be certain to cover your tush when it comes to that type of contractual language, whatever that looks like. Not that you should take this verbatim, but whatever that looks like. Let's also go into, this is the super fine print at the very bottom. Any alteration or deviation from the above specifications involving extra costs will only be executed upon written orders for client and will become an extra charge over the sum mentioned in this proposal. Basically, that means if you scope creep, I can charge you for it. All agreements must be submitted in writing. Any content requested by WebTegrity, our company, that is delayed or not submitted by the client will result in an extension of the above listed time frame and will not be our fault. Basically, if you go rogue, don't blame us. This delay will incur an additional fee as well. The deposit is non-refundable, in case I didn't mention that, right? Throw that in there. All right, let's look at a better cash flow opportunity here. If you had something that was a little bit larger, you could say something along the lines of 20% down, and the other fees are going to be charged every month. So here's what I did. Early on, I did 50% down and the other 50% whenever you're ready to go live. That's great for the client. It's not great for you. That client could go rogue and you never get that last payment. Or that client decides that this project is now a 2-year-long project, drags their feet, and you are waiting and waiting and waiting for that last payment. Here's what I found out and had an aha moment later on as I was in the industry longer. If you charge 20% down, that goes against your first month that you're working for that client. It's like the deposit. Then the next month, you charge that client for the work done in that month. Now you're all still working on the same budget. So let's say the whole project was $10,000. So the first payment down is $2,000. $2,000, got it in my pocket. That's 20% down. I've got that $2,000 in my pocket. Now I'm off to work for you. Then at the end of the next 30 days, you bill them for the work that you did. They pay it. You've got a little bit of that money in. Every month that you're working toward the end goal here, they're paying you for your effort. What that allows you to do is have these smaller payments. It's not based on milestone because milestones still rely on the client. This also allows you to tell the client, well, if you haven't paid this month, unfortunately, I can't work for you next month. So I'm going to go work on another project. When you're ready to make that payment happen on that invoice, I'd love to circle back to your project. It allows you to keep focused on clients who are willing to pay you. Clearer scopes. I think that's a big part of your contract language as well. You really have to have a definitive scope. So I talked about bullet pointing things out on what you believe is included. I also have a statement in here of what is not included. The customer already has their own domain name. They already have their own logo. We're not going to be doing video work for you. We're not going to be designing or printing products for you, printable products. We're not going to be doing SMM. But notice it says, but optional for an additional fee. So if they look at this list and they go, oh, I thought that was going to be included. And you can say, oh, I would love to do that for you. Let's add that to the scope and add that to the price tag. All right, let's talk about process, y'all. I told you we were going to move pretty quickly. Great thing is you'll be able to go back and watch this video over and over again. I think this is going to live for forever somewhere. So whether it's on WordPress.tv or it's on YouTube, contact WordCamp Kent and you'll check it out and see this video. Improve your process. For me, I suck at process because my brain is doot, 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 squirrel over there. Who needs a process? Just figure it out as you go. That's not scalable. And that's going to frustrate the heck out of any team members that you try to bring in because they're not in your brain. They don't understand your process. So having an open, proven process is going to be really important. One of the first things we did is we moved to the cloud so that we can collaborate quickly and easily. So if you have the ability to pivot off of your desktop, off of your hard drive, and open up your process to your team inside of the cloud, it's going to help. You guys can work on your proposals inside of Google Docs and allow people to come in and collaborate on conversation there. You can have spreadsheets there. Everything through that process allows you to be scalable and work remotely. Track everything. This was a huge problem that we had where we were not tracking our internal efforts, meaning we had no idea how much time it was taking us to knock out a design. And as I grew my team, I needed to know how to pay them. Most of my team members coming in were all subcontractors under my brand, and I needed to know specifically how much time did they spend on this. Not only so I knew what to pay them, but also so I knew on the next project, gosh, I was thinking about charging 10 hours for that. I know now our average is 15. I'm going to have to push that price tag up to cover this time frame. So what are some tools that we use? We use Harvest Time Tracker. That's a very inexpensive tool to use to track all of your time. This also syncs with QuickBooks. It's a really incredible tool that I would challenge you to figure out how to track everything you're up to. Basecamp is another tool that we use for communication forward-facing to the client. It's fine if you guys want to struggle internally in somebody's inbox or a Slack channel to figure out how to communicate with your team members. But forward facing, what you don't want to do is have a poor experience for the client to say, listen, I sent you guys that 3 weeks ago. And you go, oh my gosh, it hit my spam folder. I can't believe that. I'm so sorry. We've been waiting on you. The whole project is delayed now because that hit my spam folder, or I just got lost in the jungle that is my inbox. Using a tool like Basecamp is going to allow you to be very, very organized. And it also allows you as a manager to watch your team members interact with your clients. And it gives you that kind of line of sight in the conversation so you can step in when you need to. If you're a larger agency or you're looking for a better, higher end solution, you can certainly look at Jira and Rike as two of those larger internal communicative tools. Jibble is a free add-on to Slack that allows your team members to clock in and clock out. Free is always in the budget. Jibble is a really cool tool to have, so check that one out. Don't be bullied, you guys. This is one of the things that I struggled with early on as well. As I love to help people, sometimes there's a good old boy that's going to walk in the room and tell me, well, I know that this should be $5,000 and I'm not going to pay a penny more. Or I'm not going to do your residual plans. There's no way. I don't want a $99 a month contract hanging over my head. All you have to say to that is, totally get it. That's your business model. It's perfectly fine. I guess we're just not a really good fit. And that's okay. I don't have to be your problem solver then. If you don't feel like my value is there for that ongoing relationship, it's okay. Now, if you need to pay the bills in an urgent way and you need to take on that project, that's up to you in that moment to break that rule for yourself, right? Or if they're a household name in your community and you want that little feather in your hat, again, that's up to you to break that rule. And I did it a few times whenever I wanted that feather in my hat. But for the most part, I wouldn't be bullied. Okay, so that's 5 of the 7, y'all. 5 of the 7 right there. We're coming into the last few minutes of our talk, and I'm going to get through these last 2 because these make me super happy. That was all the business stuff. These are the things that make me super happy when I think about sustainability in my business model. Investing in your people and in your culture. So I was so blessed to grow our team from me, my mom and dad, into other subcontractors that were coming into the industry for their first time, or maybe they were a little seasoned and they were coming into our team all as subcontractors. We had such a cool community of people that I was just so blessed to hire on and come work in our office. This is team building stuff that we did. This was a zip lining day. I am terrified of heights. I am scared out of my mind. I thought I was about to move in with the squirrels in this tree whenever I was up there. I didn't think I was coming down at all. But one of the coolest moments of this day was because I had a great team around me. I was up there and I was cheering everybody on to go, 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 go ahead of me, go ahead of me. And really, it was just I was terrified to go first. So I thought if they all go first, then nobody's going to see me cry to get off this dang tree. But I stood up there, and that instructor standing there hooked me on that in my harness, hooked me onto that line that's got to be a 1/2-inch string, right? It's a string. That's not a line. That's a string you're hanging from out of your mind. And I'm hanging there, my knees are just knocking, and I'm thinking, I have no idea how I'm going to make it through this day. And off in a distance, you guys, all of my team members who had gone before me start yelling at me. Come on, Corey, you can do it. And they're cheering me on. We've got tacos and sweet tea waiting for you. They're just cheering me on, right? And I'm loving it because in that moment, I realized it takes a team to do anything. And when you have amazing people who are supportive, no matter how much your knees are knocking and you're trembling with getting up in the day going, are we going to make payroll? How can we do this together? I have no idea how this is going to happen. It's your team that pushes you through and encourages you in those moments. These are just some amazing hearts. These people came from totally different industries to be a part of my team. I had an esthetician be a part of our team. She had gone through a coding camp here in town and come out as a graduate and was looking for a gig. And I was like, come to Webtegrity, man. I had people come in who had never even worked on WordPress before, but they came to one of my 6-week workshops where I was teaching WordPress in the community. I fell in love with their hearts to help people. And I was like, someday you're going to be on my team. And they circled back when they were looking for a job, and I hired them into our team. These are just some amazing hearts. I'm going to challenge you to hire for the heart and train for the skills. Because if you hire the right
minutes until Q&A.
Thank you. If you hire for the right heart, you're going to have an amazing, sustainable team that pours in their blood, sweat, and tears. And then I'm going to challenge you to invest in the community, because the WordPress community is where it's at. There have been people who have gone before you. There have been people who have gone before me. And all of those people who have gone before us, typically, if you knock on their door, they will turn around and hold the door open for you. They will encourage you. They will show you the lessons that they've learned and the struggles they've gone through. So when you invest in the community, whether it's coming to a WordCamp like you're doing today, when COVID lifts and we're able to get back in person as well, invest in person in your meetup groups, invest in person as much as you possibly can, and see this incredible community shine as you are a part of things and giving back. For me, one of my biggest give backs was my WordPress Wednesday videos. Every Wednesday, I'm creating a video inside of YouTube to grow my resource library over there for anybody using WordPress. I was challenged to give back 5% of my time by Matt Mullenweg, who said, can you give back 5 for the future? If you're interested in that program, make.wordpress.org is a cool way to go get involved in the support forums or contribution to core, or literally just figuring out how to give back to your community. I'm going to challenge you to do that. This is my YouTube channel. Thankfully, this last weekend, I just hit 40,000 subscribers. What? It's so cool. If y'all haven't been over there, please come hang out with me there every Wednesday. That's it, y'all. These are our 7. Know your purpose. Have an exit strategy. Improve your services, improve your profit, improve your process, invest in your own people, and invest in your community. And you're going to totally rock it. All right, y'all. I know that was a lot. I know that was super fast, but I'm hoping you might have a couple of questions that I will do my best to quickly punch out and answer some questions if any of you have them. Lisa, can you help me with that?
Yes, absolutely, Corey. Thank you. We had a question from a social media manager questioning how she might be able to give back to the community.
Oh, man. Social media manager, one of the coolest things that we did is we ran some campaigns through social media asking people to basically nominate their favorite nonprofit for a free website or a new website iteration. So I think that's huge. If you can run some campaigns out there asking people to start talking about your agency, saying we would love to give $2,000 of work a month to help your nonprofit. Can you all nominate your favorite nonprofit? We're going to work with that nonprofit and give back our services to them. Anything like that you can get creative. As a social media marketing manager or anybody doing social media, you guys are the trumpeters. You are the ones with the megaphones. You're the ones reaching out to the community and asking for that engagement back. So I would certainly challenge you to figure out how can you connect with the community in a sense of where do you want to see us giving back? Let that crowdsource that information, right? Crowdsource that and have people nominate their favorite community businesses or nonprofits or youth organizations or code camps, whatever that might be that you feel like is a relevant vein for you. That not only gives you amazing exposure in your community, but it gives you a cool opportunity to give back.
Thank you. We had another question from Melissa. How do you calculate your value and what you should charge when you are just starting out?
So your value in just starting out, a lot of times, you guys, we're going to eat time, right? We're going to eat time because, one, we're learning still. And I don't believe we should always charge our clients to learn for them. That should be some of our own time, right? It just is what it is. But I will say this. I started out very early on charging $35 an hour. Very quickly, I moved to 55. Very quickly, I moved to 65. Then I moved to 85. As you start to feel more confident in your offerings to people, as you're able to bring a certain level of value or expertise to the conversation, I believe your scale of hourly rate should increase as well. And just understand, I'm not going to get out of bed for $17 an hour. I might make it to our meeting for $125 an hour, but most of the time I'm going to be looking at $250 an hour. Just depends on what I'm doing for you. If I'm consulting, that's probably where we're going to be. If we're developing for you something custom, we'll probably be at $165, $175 an hour. If we're doing SEO for you, we'll probably be in the $125 an hour. If we're just doing small little retainer stuff, quick little changes to your website, we'll probably stay in that $85 to $100 an hour type of pricing. But again, it's where you want to be and what level of client you want to be working with, whatever budgets they might have.
And finally, is there going to be a link to your slides anywhere?
So I don't give out my link to my slides because of the contract language in here. That's the only thing. I'm not sure if WordCamp Kent is going to be sending it out. I've actually asked them not to, again, because I cannot let people like copy and paste stuff. But I have put iterations of this inside of that askcorey.com/WC Kent. There are some resources on that page that you can go to and just click download and go snoop and peek at. So I hope that helps.
Well, thank you so much for your time and your talk today, Corey. Everyone loved it.
Awesome.
Great show. I want to remind everyone that you can go to the Slack channel to provide feedback for this speaker, as well as visit the sponsor booths, which are linked on the schedule page. Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, y'all. Have a great one.
You too.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I run an on-site yoga organization called Own Land CLE.
Hey, everybody.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I run an on-site yoga organization called Own Land CLE. I come into organizations to help break up the workday so you're able to refresh and stretch and unwind a little bit in order to continue creating brilliant brain work all day long. So I hope you're having a great conference, and I hope this is a good complement to any sitting that we've been doing. This will be a half-hour chair yoga class. You don't need anything but a chair and the ground beneath you, and we're just going to move a little bit, beginning standing. So if you're in your chair, come up out of your chair, make your way to a comfortable standing position. Draw your shoulder blades together, eyes softly closed. Maybe you've been sitting for the last couple of hours, or maybe you've gotten up here and there. Whatever the case may be, just take a moment here to notice how your body feels. Right, that's the foundation of our movement practice today. Be aware of how the shoulders feel, maybe relax them a little bit more down the spine. Be aware of the low back and the hips. All the way down to the toes. Press firmly down through all four corners of the feet. And just take a few cycles of normal, everyday breathing here. Notice that you're breathing. Now we're going to begin to kind of take hold of our breath, and together we'll breathe up through 4 and we'll exhale down through 6. All right, I'll count out. So empty all the way out on an exhale. And inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Continue this breathing on your own, counting in your head. The idea here is to make the exhale longer than the inhale, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system, right? So our rest and digest. Take another cycle of breath. At that bottom of the next exhale, return to that natural breath. And slowly flutter your eyes open. We're going to begin with neck rotations to help loosen up the muscles and nerves in the neck. So slowly tuck your chin into your chest. Roll your right ear towards your right shoulder. Drop your head back, looking up towards the ceiling. Left ear, left shoulder. Chin to chest. Take 2 more rounds in this direction. Right, slow and controlled. If there's any pain, make the circles smaller. Right, so much of our lives is no pain, no gain. Right, instead, right, think of it just no pain, no pain. If something doesn't feel good, we adjust and we pivot. And then find some stillness and bringing your head back on straight. And deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. All right, so we've worked into the neck, and now we'll start to loosen up into the shoulders. Okay. So as you inhale, bring your hands wider than shoulders with distance apart. Almost like you have a strap between your hands. And if you have a strap or a scarf or a belt at home, bringing that between your hands can be useful, but it's not needed. And as you inhale, bring the arms overhead. And as you exhale, rotate the arms behind you. Inhale, bring that imaginary strap up. Exhale down. Another round, inhale up. Exhale down. And then inhale up. Exhale down. Last time, inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down and pause. Now inhale your arms overhead. And as you exhale, cactus your arms open, kind of like a goalpost, right? Bringing the elbows in line with the shoulders. And now you're opening through the chest, right? So we worked into the neck and the shoulders. Now we're opening the chest here, right? So we are externally rotating the shoulders. Keep this here. Close the eyes. Keep drawing the elbows back. Be aware of what you're feeling in the front of the chest. Inhale, slowly bring your gaze up. And as you exhale, bring the forearms together and tuck your chin. Inhale, open and look up, opening through the chest. Exhale, close and tuck your chin. Inhale, open and up. Exhale, close and tuck your chin. Take up to 3 more rounds on your own here. And as you inhale, you're opening across the chest, expanding. As you exhale, you're pulling the shoulder blades apart and creating more expansion in the back. When you've completed, bring the arms alongside your body. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. So just notice any subtle effects of the practice. Now we're going to string together a couple of different movements here to help get into the hips and the low spine. All right, so I'm going to turn this way so you can kind of see what the movements look like. As you inhale, I want you to bend the knees and drop the hips, almost like you're going to sit into a chair. And bring the arms overhead, right? So this is our chair pose. And then as you exhale, straighten the legs and forward fold. So just letting the head hang. Now inhale, bring the hands to your shins and look up, right? So it's like a halfway lift. The shoulders are at the height of your hips. Exhale, fold. Inhale, rise and reach, high mountain pose. Exhale, arms alongside the body, mountain pose. Right, so that's one round. We're going to build on from there. Once again, inhale, arms up. Sink the hips down, find that chair pose, right? So you're sinking the hips back. Inhale, sweep the arms behind you, right? There's that external rotation of the shoulders. Pause here, draw the shoulder blades together. Inhale, bring the arms up. Exhale, fold. Inhale, lift the shoulders to the height of the hips, and now you're drawing the paraspinals together. Exhale, fold. Inhale, rise and reach, arms come overhead. This time, right hand grabs the left wrist, and you're going to side bend to your right. Inhale, come through center. Exhale, side bend to your left. Inhale, come through center. Exhale, arms alongside the body. One more round, just like that. Inhale, sweep the arms overhead. Exhale, bend the hips. Inhale, sweep the arms back. Draw the shoulder blades together. Exhale, release and fold. Inhale, Hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I run an on-site yoga organization called Own Land CLE. I come into organizations to help break up the workday so you're able to refresh and stretch and unwind a little bit in order to continue creating brilliant brain work all day long. So I hope you're having a great conference, and I hope this is a good complement to any sitting that we've been doing. This will be a half-hour chair yoga class. You don't need anything but a chair and the ground beneath you, and we're just going to move a little bit, beginning standing. So if you're in your chair, come up out of your chair, make your way to a comfortable standing position. Draw your shoulder blades together, eyes softly closed. Maybe you've been sitting for the last couple of hours, or maybe you've gotten up here and there. Whatever the case may be, just take a moment here to notice how your body feels. Right, that's the foundation of our movement practice today. Be aware of how the shoulders feel. Maybe relax them a little bit more down the spine. Be aware of the low back and the hips. All the way down to the toes. Press firmly down through all four corners of the feet. And just take a few cycles of normal, everyday breathing here. Notice that you're breathing. And we're going to begin to kind of take hold of our breath, and together we'll breathe up through 4 and we'll exhale down through 6. All right, I'll count out. So empty all the way out on an exhale. And inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Continue this breathing on your own, counting in your head. The idea here is to make the exhale longer than the inhale, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system, right? So our rest and digest. Take another cycle of breath. At that bottom of the next exhale, return to that natural breath. And slowly flutter your eyes open. We're going to begin with neck rotations to help loosen up the muscles and nerves in the neck. So slowly tuck your chin to your chest. Roll your right ear towards your right shoulder. Drop your head back, looking up towards the ceiling. Left ear, left shoulder. Chin to chest. Take 2 more rounds in this direction. Right, slow and controlled. If there's any pain, make the circles smaller. Right, so much of our lives is no pain, no gain. Right, instead, right, think of it just no pain, no pain. If something doesn't feel good, we adjust and we pivot. Find some stillness and bringing your head back on straight. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. All right, so we've worked into the neck, and now we'll start to loosen up into the shoulders. Great. So as you inhale, bring your hands wider than shoulders with distance apart. Almost like you have a strap between your hands. And if you have a strap or a scarf or a belt at home, bringing that between your hands can be useful, but it's not needed. And as you inhale, bring the arms overhead. And as you exhale, rotate the arms behind you. Inhale, bring that imaginary strap up. Exhale down. Another round, inhale up. Exhale down. And then inhale up. Exhale down. Last time, inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down and pause. Now inhale your arms overhead. And as you exhale, cactus your arms open, kind of like a goalpost, right? Bringing the elbows in line with the shoulders, and now you're opening through the chest, right? So we worked into the neck and the shoulders. Now we're opening the chest here, right? So we are externally rotating the shoulders. Keep this here. Close the eyes, keep drawing the elbows back. Be aware of what you're feeling in the front of the chest. Inhale, slowly bring your gaze up. And as you exhale, bring the forearms together and tuck your chin. Inhale, open and look up, opening through the chest. Exhale, close and tuck your chin. Inhale, open and up. Exhale, close and tuck your chin. Take up to 3 more rounds on your own here. And as you inhale, you're opening across the chest, expanding. As you exhale, you're pulling the shoulder blades apart and creating more expansion in the back. When you've completed, bring the arms alongside your body. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. And so to notice any subtle effects of the practice. Now we're going to string together a couple of different movements here to help get into the hips and the low spine. All right, so I'm going to turn this way so you can kind of see what the movements look like. As you inhale, I want you to bend the knees and drop the hips, almost like you're going to sit into a chair. And bring the arms overhead, right? So this is our chair pose. And then as you exhale, straighten the legs and forward fold. So you're just letting the head hang. Now inhale, bring the hands to your shins and look up, right? So it's like a halfway lift. The shoulders are at the height of your hips. Exhale, fold. Inhale, rise and reach, high mountain pose. Exhale, arms alongside the body, mountain pose. Right, so that's 1 round. We're going to build on from there. Once again, inhale, arms up. Sink the hips down, find that chair pose, right? So you're sinking the hips back. Inhale, sweep the arms behind you, right? There's that external rotation of the shoulders. Pause here, draw the shoulder blades together. Inhale, bring the arms up. Exhale, fold. Inhale, lift the shoulders to the height of the hips, and now you're drawing the paraspinals together. Exhale, fold. Inhale, rise and reach, arms come overhead. This time, right hand grabs the left wrist, and you're going to side bend to your right. Inhale, come through center. Exhale, side bend to your left. Inhale, come through center. Exhale, arms alongside the body. 1 more round just like that. Inhale, sweep the arms overhead. Exhale, bend the knees, drop the hips. Inhale, sweep the arms back, draw the shoulder blades together. Exhale, release and fold. Inhale, shoulders to the height of the hips. Exhale, fold, release the low spine. Inhale, rise and reach, arms come overhead. To the right, exhale. Inhale, center. To the left, exhale. Inhale, center. Exhale, arms alongside the body, mountain pose. Right, so we've worked now into the neck and the shoulders, the chest. We've lengthened through the side bodies. Right, we sunk into the hips and the low spine. So just take a moment here to observe the effects of the practice, right? That foundation of this movement practice is awareness. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. Deep breath in. Longer, slower breath out. So every movement that we're taking are building blocks. So you'll see these different patterns show up again when we get to what I like to call our peak sequence. But before we get there, adding on another move to start opening up through the front of our hip flexors. When we sit, the hip flexors, so those muscles on the front of the hips, shorten. Right, so that can cause a lot of different ailments in the body and a lot of tightness. So what I want you to do is bring the back of the chair to face you. Right, so you're going to just bring that back of the chair to face you. We'll probably turn it around again in a second. Bring your hands to the back of the chair. Step to the back and then step that left foot behind you. Keeping that back heel lifted, and you're going to bend into that right knee. So it's kind of like a lunge. It's a supported lunge with this chair. And I want you to squeeze that left glute. What happens here as we're lengthening through the left side, right through that left hip flexor, is that the left leg is in hyperextension. And when that leg is in hyperextension, we want to activate glute max to protect the hip joint. So pause here for a moment, breathe deep. Take a few more breaths. Last cycle of breath. And then inhale, step forward. Mountain pose. All right, just take a moment to notice the difference between the left hip flexor and the right. And then same thing, second side. Hands on the back of the chair, step the right leg back. Again, activate that right glute max here. So squeeze that right glute, sink into the left thigh. A few more cycles of breath here. One more breath. And inhale, step the right foot to meet the left, that mountain pose. All right, just be aware of the body right here. Notice how the hip flexors feel. And now turn the chair around, and we're going to add in each of those components for what's known as a chair salutation. There are a couple of moves that are going to be added into this that we haven't done quite yet, but they're optional. But a lot of it will look very similar as what we've done up until this point in the class. So with that chair turned around and you facing the seat of the chair, pause for a moment. And we'll begin with this chair salutation. So together, inhale, sweep the arms up. Exhale, fold, bring your hands to the side of the chair. Inhale, lift your shoulders to the height of the hips and look up. Get that halfway lift. And as you exhale, step that left leg back. You're holding on to the sides of the chair, finding that chair lunge. Pause here. Squeeze the left glute. Now inhale, step that right foot back to meet the left. You're finding a chair down dog. Sometimes it can be helpful to have the chair facing a wall, right, to help with sliding. So now you're pressing or you're holding onto that chair, maybe feeling a lengthening in the triceps. You have a slight hinge in the waist, right? And awareness in the back of the legs for the lengthening of the hamstrings. Pause here. Now you can choose to stay right here, right, observing the body, or inhale, come forward to a chair plank. And so we've all done planks before in gym class and whatnot. This one we've got the chair, right? Your shoulders are stacked over the wrists. Pause. You can choose to hold here, or hugging the elbows close to the body, lower towards the chair. And then inhale, press and find a small back bend. And then now exhale, we'll all meet in down dog. Now remember, all of that is optional. You could have stayed in down dog. Pause for a breath. Once again, inhale, step that right foot forward, find that chair lunge. And then exhale, left foot meets right and fold. Inhale, rise and reach, arms overhead. Exhale, arms alongside the body. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. We're going to do that same thing, second side. So it'll be our last time before we come down into the chair. Observe the body. And then inhale, sweep the arms up. Exhale, fold. Inhale, shoulders to the height of the hips, look up. Exhale, this time step that right leg back, chair lunge. Pause for a breath, pressing back through that right heel, squeeze the right glute. And then step the left foot to meet the right, find that chair down dog. Remember, it's kind of that angle like you can roll a beach ball from the tailbone down the spine off the head. Choose to stay here or inhale, come forward to that chair plank. Exhale, hug the elbows in. Inhale, back bend, again, the optional. And then exhale, we'll all meet in down dog. Deep breath in. Long breath out. Inhale, step that left foot forward, chair lunge, look up. Exhale, right foot meets left and fold. Inhale, rise and reach, high mountain. Exhale, arms alongside the body. Pause here for a cycle of 3 or 4 everyday breaths. And then slowly make your way into the seat of your chair. Okay, so find a seat. I like to sit on the edge of my seat so I have a bit more support under my sits bones. With my feet flat, knees bent. Find a tall spine with your jaw relaxed. And just take a moment to notice how this seat might feel different than when you're seated for work. Just notice. It could be the same, it could have subtle differences. Be sure that your chin is parallel to the floor and that your shoulders are relaxed down. We're going to do a small sequence here for our spines to help with the mobility in the spine. Bringing your hands to the tops of your thighs. Once again, sit tall. And as you inhale, draw the shoulder blades together, stick the chest out. Bring the gaze up. Right, so it's like a small back bend. This is our seated cow. Now as you exhale, pull the shoulder blades apart, round the spine and straighten the arms, right? Tucking the chin. Seated cat. Inhale, cow, right? Sticking the chest out, elbows back. Exhale, cat. Now take a few more rounds on your own. We're just regenerating the spine here, right? Because we spend so much time with our heads looking at screens and our shoulders internally rotated, taking time to combat that movement can help facilitate more circulation in the body. It can help lower our blood pressure. And then it just gives us another sense of awareness of what's comfortable and what's not. And then find some stillness, sit tall. Now we're going to work into the mobility of the spine from side to side, right? Because we spend a lot of the day moving forward and not from side to side. So inhale, sit tall. And as you exhale, twist to your right. So turn the whole torso to the right. Bring the left hand to the right thigh. And the right hand either beside you or to the back of the chair. But keep that left hip down. Pause here, soften the sides of the neck. Inhale, slowly come back through center. Exhale, twisting to the left. Same thing. Keep the right sit bone down. Pause for a breath. Inhale, come through center. Exhale. Last movement here. Getting into the side bodies. Bring the legs wide so the knees are facing each corner of the room. Sit tall. Inhale, bring your right forearm to the thigh and sweep your left forearm or your left arm towards the right corner of the room. Right, so you're lengthening through that left side body. Press down through the left hip. Another round of breath. And then inhale, release the left arm, right arm comes up. Pause for a breath. One more round each side. Release the right arm, left arm lifts. Release the left arm, right arm lifts. Right, finding length through those side bodies that are otherwise shortened throughout the day. Release and find a comfortable seat. Once again, that body check-in. Find a comfortable seat with a tall spine, jaw relaxed, eyes softly closed. Just begin to notice that you're breathing. And we just have a couple more moments here. So just notice your normal, everyday breath. Right, notice the feeling of the breath in and out through the nostrils. Notice the feeling of the breath in the chest, the rib cage, and the abdominals. Don't try to change or alter your breathing, just notice that you're breathing. Right, and this natural breath awareness that we're practicing here is something that you can do for a minute or two throughout the day. Right, it helps to shrink the amygdala in the brain, which is responsible for over-emotion, if you will, right, or overreaction. And when that amygdala is too large, we're easy towards anger or frustration or overwhelm. But as we shrink the amygdala through this natural breath awareness, we find more calm and more comfort. few more natural, everyday breaths. Slowly fold your hands together in front of your chest. Deep breath in. Long, slow breath out. Deep breath in. Longer, slower breath out. Deep breath in. Longest, slowest breath out. Bow your head. Thank you so much for joining this practice today. I hope you have a great rest of your day. If you have any questions, certainly feel free to reach out to me. You can find me online at ownlandcle.com. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break and your yoga if you attended. I'm very pleased to be introducing a crowd favorite for WordCamp Kent, Nathan Ingram. He has been a freelance web developer in Birmingham, Alabama since 1995. Currently, he is the host at iThemes Training, where he teaches WordPress and freelance business development topics via live webinar. Please welcome Nathan.
Hey, thanks, Megan. It's great to be here with everybody. Thanks so much for taking time on a Saturday to learn more about WordPress and business and just to make general improvements about everything going on in your world. WordCamp's such a great opportunity to do that. It's kind of a bummer we couldn't be here in person, but this is the next best thing. So thanks, everybody, for being here today. As Megan mentioned, my name is Nathan Ingram from Birmingham, Alabama. I'm a growth coach for WordPress business owners, in addition to being that host at iThemes Training. Creator of Monster Contracts, and I've been doing this web thing since 1995, so quite a while. If you would like the slide download, you can do that at nathaningram.com/WordCampKent. You'll have everything that you see on the screen, as well as a one-page summary of what we're going to talk about today called the Scope Strategy. So you can get all that at nathaningram.com/WordCampKent. So let's talk about why we're here today. Over the next 35, 40 minutes or so, we're going to talk about why you desperately need a strategy for client consultations. And by client consultations, I mean whatever you call that first in-person or video meeting with the client, where you're getting to know each other a little bit and talking about this project that you may or may not embark upon together. So you need a strategy for that, and we're going to talk about why as we get started. Then we're going to look at the purpose of the client consultation and why we're doing this to begin with, because in my experience, both in my own business working with clients and in almost 7 years now of coaching WordPress business owners from around the world, I find that a lot of times we forget what the real purpose ought to be, and it's not just to sell a website. But then we'll spend the most of our time talking about what I call the scope strategy, which is a memorable 5-step process to make sure you stay on track during this first meeting with a client. And so that's where we'll spend most of our time today. But let's get started with why this is important. Why in the world do you need a strategy for a client consultation? So I want to tell you a few stories. And we're going to start once upon a time. This may or may not ever have happened. It actually did. These are, my own experience for ways that I've really messed this up. So once upon a time, I'm sitting in a coffee shop and I'm meeting with a client that I think, okay, this client has real potential. Everything looks great, from our initial first conversations over email, and I'm excited. So we're sitting there and I'm trying to start talking about the project that he wants to create. And I'm sitting there and he's going on and on and on about how his dog escaped out of his fence this morning. And that's all he's focused on. And before I know it, and I'm trying to be nice and hey, this is, I'm sorry that, and whatever. And the story just goes on. And before I know it, it's been 45 minutes that I've spent listening to his dog getting out of the fence. And when we finally get around to talking about the website that he wants to build, I realize he has no idea what he wants. So have you ever spent hours talking to a client and gotten absolutely nowhere? If you have, that's one of the reasons that you need a strategy for this client consultation. How about this? Once upon a time, I'm sitting in my car, and yes, by the way, that is my license plate. Yes, I am that big of a WordPress nerd. My license plate is WP admin. So anyway, I'm sitting in my car after meeting with a client, and I'm feeling great, right? The things went really well, and I think I've knocked it out of the park with this client. I'm congratulating myself. I'm patting myself on the back. And then you ever have that feeling it's like a bucket of cold water gets poured on your head because you have this startling realization? That's what happened to me. And I realized that I'd forgotten to talk about something. And it was something very, very important about this project and really any project. And that is the topic of website management. And this is something I teach a lot. If you ever heard me speak on recurring revenue, then you've maybe picked up this thought that the key to building a successful business in WordPress is recurring revenue, really any business, but especially in WordPress is building some sort of recurring revenue. And if you're gonna sell a WordPress care plan, website management services, you've got to start talking about that from the first conversation. And I realized I'd forgotten to talk about that with this particular client. So I'm sitting there in my car and I was feeling great, and then I'm feeling lousy. So have you ever left a consultation with a client and forgotten to cover something important? If you have, then that's why you need a strategy. Or how about one more story? Once upon a time, I'm sitting there at my desk and I'm checking my email because I'm waiting on pins and needles for a client's reply to a proposal that I worked really hard on. Like, I had poured over this proposal. I'd worked really, I'd gotten everything together into what I thought was the perfect scope of work. I had consulted the thesaurus for all of the right adjectives and all the right words to put everything in these nice, neat little bullet points. Everything looked great. And then I spent, like a lot of us do, I spent time just absolutely worrying about the price, right? So I should charge about $5,000. And I'm thinking about $5,000. Yeah. Okay. But then imposter syndrome kicks in. So maybe $3,800. Yeah, $3,800. No, let's go $4,500. No. $4,775. That's what I'm going to do. So I spent, 30 minutes wrangling over the perfect price point and sent the proposal to the client. And then ding, the email comes in. And the reply from the client is, wait, $4,775? I thought this would be around $800. So have you ever agonized over a proposal only to discover that you were way off the client's budget? If you have, if any of those stories are relatable, that's why you need a strategy for a client consultation. You've got to take control of the meeting because you're spending your time with the client. And I bolded that word because that's truly what you're doing. Time is money. And, by the way, I'm not a fan of hourly pricing, but most of us have in the back of our mind somewhere some idea of what our hourly rate is if we were ever going to charge an hourly rate. And we kind of use that sometimes maybe to calculate other prices for projects and so forth. So if you think about your hourly rate, and just for round numbers, let's say your hourly rate is $100 an hour. And you think about how much time have I invested in this client? How much time have I spent on this client? And if it's 2.5 hours, then you've essentially just spent $250 trying to cultivate this sale. And if I'm going to invest, if I'm going to spend literally my time on this client, I need to make it count. So we've got to figure out how to take control of this client meeting. That brings us to the next very important piece of this, which is, why are we meeting with this client to begin with? What is the purpose of this meeting? And it's not just to sell a website. This is so important because a lot of times we go into a meeting with a client thinking, I've got to sell the website. Like, I got to make some money. I got to get some cash in the door. And I'm just going to do whatever I can to make this client agree to do business with me. But the client consultation should not just be about selling a website. It's really better, I've learned, to sort of picture this meeting like it's a first date. You got to be sure this relationship is going to work. Because if you start with a client that is not a great fit, or they're a bad client for one reason or another, then you've probably just latched yourself onto a person for the next several weeks or months, and it's just going to be miserable. So really, you got to treat this almost like a first date. We got to be sure this relationship is going to work from our perspective, and by the way, from the client's perspective. So we're not there just to sell a website. We're also not there to refine the client's business plan. I can't tell you how many hours I've wasted with a client trying, and I end up providing business advice to the client, refining their business plan, thinking, this is really not going to work. What if you did it this way? Because, I try to be a nice person, and I've given away so much time in business consulting because the client had no idea what he or she really wanted to do. Now, you may be able to help with business consulting. I mean, that's something I do, and that might be in your toolbox of services, but that does not equal building a website. Those are two separate things. So when we meet with a client to talk about the website, we got to keep on focus. All right, do they have a plan? Do they have branding? Do they have, there's a lot of different things that are involved with building a website besides building a website. So we have to keep in mind what we're actually there to do. Something else that we're not there to do is to answer a million questions for the client. Now, I wrote a book last year called Dealing with Problem Clients, Building Fences Around Friendly Monsters. And I think I presented that talk last year, actually live at WordCamp Kent. It's one of my favorite talks to present. And one of the problem clients that I talk about in that book is the one that I call the question mark. And the question mark loves to ask questions. And if you ever get into a consultation with a client and they just question after question after question after question after question. Now, some questions are legitimate, right? But if they monopolize the hour or 2 or 3 that you end up spending with them in this consultation and you can't really get a question in edgewise, that's a problem. And a lot of times we end up giving away what I would call proprietary intelligence for nothing because the client hasn't made any commitment financially back to us. They're just there picking our brains about the website. And so a rule of thumb that I always use in a client consultation, I'm not there to answer a million questions. Now, what questions are free? What is the website going to do? What do we need to accomplish? What is the purpose? But the how questions, those are not free. And if they want to get into how we're going to accomplish this, well, you know what? That is proprietary information. It's something that I've taken 25 plus years assembling the processes and the tools to pull this off. And, that's how I make a living. If you want that information, we've got to, establish some sort of an official relationship, which means money is involved, right? So keep in mind not only what the consultation is for, but what the consultation is not for. Which leads me to what are we actually there to do and how do we do it? And I'm going to suggest that there are 5 purposes of the client consultation. There might be more in your world. You can certainly add more, but these 5 fit themselves into a nice little acronym called SCOPE. And you think about a scope of work, and that's a good way to remember this acronym. And if you remember it, it will keep you on track during the client consultation. So here's what it stands for. The S in SCOPE. This is going to be hard to remember. Okay, the S in SCOPE stands for scope. You got it. Scope. It's a great way. This is a positive reinforcement to get yourself started. The S in SCOPE stands for scope. You can always remember that. I'm there, first of all, to learn enough about the project to create a proposal. Now, for most of us, that's that's all we ever do in a client consultation. I just want to ask enough questions to figure out enough things so that I can learn enough to create that proposal. That's definitely important, but it's only one of the 5 things. But that's the first. The S in SCOPE stands for scope. The C stands for chemistry. All right, is this a client that I can really work with, right? It's like that first date. Is there chemistry here? Are we going to be a good fit working together? Can I really solve the client's problem? Are they going to appreciate the work that I do? Are they going to treat me as a professional, or are they going to try to micromanage me? What's the chemistry like as I'm dealing with that client? Now, by the way, I'm going to deep dive into each of these in just a minute. So we're just hitting the high points now. The O in SCOPE, so very important, is when you start to talk about ongoing services. We have to explain the importance of our ongoing services like WordPress management and care plans. The P in SCOPE stands for process. And from that very conversation, I am of the opinion that you should set expectations early by very simply explaining your process for how you build websites and the way this thing works. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. And last of all, this is the secret sauce. Provide a ballpark estimate to get the client buy-in. Now, that's really important. That is the secret sauce to this whole thing. And if you use this process, every year since I've been using this process, I've run these numbers, and I consistently close over 90% of my proposals that I write. Now, your mileage may vary in that, but every year, the last several years I've been using this process, for every client meeting, I've closed over 90% of the proposals that I've written. Now, we're going to deep dive into each one of these 5 steps in the SCOPE strategy. And there is a really cool 1-page summary download with all the questions you're going to see on your screen. And I can't give you the link in the middle because of WordCamp rules, but I can give it to you again at the end. So you can have this downloadable so you don't have to snap pictures or scribble or whatever during this whole thing. There's a lot of questions. All right, so let's talk about SCOPE. Now, this is where we're going to spend the most of our time in the process. We're going to ask a lot of questions about what the project is going to be and do. Now, by the way, one thing that I should really add a slide for this, but one thing I always do at the beginning of the client consultation is I ask for the client's permission to run the meeting. That's an old business trick. If you watch The Office and you remember one of the early episodes is called Diversity Day, and Michael Scott keeps trying to take control of the meeting. One of the first things that that third-party instructor says is, Michael, can I have your permission to run this meeting? And it's really a nice way of saying, look, if you'll let me run the meeting, then I've got a great way to do this. And so I ask the client's permission. And I'll usually say something like this. I want to make the best use of this hour that we have together, and I will limit it to an hour. There's a hard stop. I want to make the best use of this time so that you get the most out of it and I get the most out of it. And I've got a really good process and checklist for running this meeting. And could I have your permission just to keep us moving along through this process? And so I get the client to buy in, and then we start to talk about some scope questions. Now, I arrange the scope questions, the client intake questions, into 5 main buckets. And I do it this way because if you just try to do the same list of questions in the same order every time, it can get a little robotic. But this lets you kind of maneuver around from one bucket of questions to the next, depending on what's the most important thing to this client in their project. But these are, and you can add buckets or add questions or whatever. This is just a kind of an overview to let you know kind of how I do this. But there's the 5 main buckets. There's the business bucket, the purpose, the website itself, the launch, and the budget. All of these need to be in there. You might add more. That's up to you. The other thing I will suggest is that you create a checklist for every consultation, because if you do not have a checklist that you use for every project every time, every client conversation for every project every time, you will forget to ask some of these questions. You just will. And inevitably, by Murphy's Law, the question or questions that you forget to ask will inevitably be the ones that are the most important to this project. So just use a checklist. And that way you are covered. Now, by the way, I use Evernote. I've got a checklist template for this consultation that I can just duplicate into a note. And the pro version of Evernote has this beautiful little recording feature. And so I ask for the client's permission to record. And we do this live usually. And I ask the questions, and I'm recording the audio. So if the client says something really important, I can type, okay, that happened at 23 minutes, 12 seconds. It's really a cool way to do it. And then Evernote saves that little audio file right there in the notes. So that's what I use. You can use whatever you want. It's just pretty cool to do that way. All right, so 5 main buckets, a checklist for every consultation. And by the way, again, all these questions are on the one-pager download at the end. So let's talk about, first of all, the business bucket. All right, these are when we're asking questions about the client's business. And I always ask the client, okay, what's your elevator pitch or what's your coffee shop answer? And this is, especially if you're not listening in the States, this is something we in the United States call, can you summarize who you are, what you do, who you do it for, in a short sentence? Like if you just ordered a cup of coffee and somebody, hey, how's it going? What do you do, by the way? And you can just a 3 or 4 sentence summary. Or it's called an elevator pitch because it's something that you can give to someone you meet in an elevator between floors, right? It's just short, simple, 3, 4 sentences max. This is who I am, what I do, who I do it for. Can the client actually do that? Now, you'll be surprised how many people are in business and they can't answer that simple question. And you get this blank look, and they're like, oh, yeah, right. I'm not sure how to summarize this. By the way, do you have an elevator pitch? Those of you who are listening today, you really ought to do that. Anyhow, so asking the client, can they summarize their business? That's going to tell you a lot about how much they understand their business. And then some other basic questions. What do you do? What do you make? What's your service you provide? Who is your competition? Who is your ideal customer? And why this is the one where you get a lot of blank faces. Why is it that your ideal customer should choose you instead of your competition? That's huge. And a lot of people can't, because I'm a really good person, because I'm easy to work with. I don't know. Why should they choose me instead of my competitor? I don't know. Can they answer that question? What's your price point? How is it that you're finding customers now? Do you have an existing brand identity? That's huge. So many times we equal giving the client a brand with building a website. Those are 2 totally different things. You may be able to do that. You may need a graphic design professional to help you with that. But the goal of the questions in the business bucket is to determine, all right, how much does this client understand their business? How much do they understand their business? Because you'll find, if you're like me, and I've met with clients now since 1995, a lot of clients don't understand their business at all. And the client actually may not be ready for a website. Maybe a marketing consultation is the first step. Maybe you can provide that service. Maybe you can't. If you can't, then partner with a marketing professional in your area and you can work together. You build the websites, they do the marketing and branding. But this is why content often takes forever. So usually if I'm speaking live, I'll do a poll of the live audience in a room and say, all right, how many of you right now are stalled on content with a website project? And 3/4 of the room raises their hands, maybe more. How many of you have been stalled on a website because of content in the last year? Every hand's going to go up because everybody's always waiting on content. And the reason is to build content for the website, you start asking the client these questions like, who are you? What do you do? Okay, I got that part, but why should they choose you? Oh, right. And it sends the client into this existential spiral where they're questioning their own existence and they go into a cave to try to figure this out. And that's why it's like 3 or 4 months before they come back to you with content, because we're asking questions that, wow, they're not ready to answer. So they're not even ready for a website. They need somebody to help them step through these marketing questions and these existential questions about their business, right? Okay, let's move into the next bucket of questions, which is what I call the purpose bucket. Now, in the purpose bucket, this is where most of the very large eyes start to happen because they've oftentimes never thought about questions like these. How does the web fit into your marketing strategy? Oh, wait, marketing strategy? I should probably have a marketing strategy. You mean like if you build a website, they just won't all come to my website? If you build it, they will come, right? I've heard that somewhere. I don't think I have a marketing strategy. Okay, so why should your ideal customer even come to your site? What are you delivering to them on your site that makes it irresistible for them to come? What are your goals for the website? How do we even know that what I build is going to accomplish your goal? Like, what is the goal for the website other than I use the right color button that makes you happy? I don't know. What are the webs? How do we know if this project is a success? So these are difficult questions sometimes. The goal here in this bucket of questions is how much strategy assistance am I going to need to provide? And I guarantee you that if you look at all the websites that you built over the past 12 months and you start to really think about, okay, how much of the actual time I spent on the website was strategy assistance versus the actual building of the website, you'll probably find that it's at least a third of the website time that you spend. And so again, the client may not be ready for a website. They may need a discovery phase where you help them to answer some of these questions about all the why questions and how, how's this going to work? So, and by the way, don't get thrown off by this whole idea of a discovery phase. A discovery has a scope of work and a deliverable for a price, just like any other project. We're going to help you answer these questions, such as, how does this fit into your marketing strategy? Why should your ideal customer? What are the goals? We'll help you define all those things. Maybe some of the other business questions as well, but it's going to cost some money because you're not ready for a website yet. All right. Then we get into the bucket of questions about the website itself. Now, for most of us, these are the only questions we ask because this is all we ever really think about is, okay, we sit down and we start to think about, oh, what plugin can I use for that? And that's totally the wrong that we got to get big picture first, right? Talk about the business and the purpose. Now we can get to the nitty gritty. Things like, all right, do you have a domain name already? Who is going to be our point of contact as we build the website? By the way, that is singular point of contact. We want one person at the organization to be a contact. And that person is responsible for wrangling all of the opinions of every other stakeholder in the organization. Otherwise, it becomes a camel, which is a horse built by committee. Where is the content from the site going to come from? When you ask this question, so if you're taking notes, this is one to underline and put a star beside, because when you say, okay, where is the content for the site going to come from? The words on the page. You're immediately telling the client that you're probably not going to do that. I'm not the most qualified person to write about your business. Either we bring in a writer or you do it or whatever, but this is not, we got to talk about this. One of the biggest assumptions that clients make about a website, simply because they have no frame of reference, is, well, I just pay you and you're going to make the website appear out of thin air. All the pictures and all the text and all, it's just going to appear because I pay you to do it. And that's not how it works. This is a relationship. We're going to have to walk together down this road, and there's some things I've got to do and there's some things you've got to do. So content is one of those things that you've got to do. roughly how many pages is the site going to include? Now, we all know working with WordPress, adding a page is not like it used to be back in the olden days when you had to handcraft every page. You can just hit add new page and paste in some text from a Word document, unless you're using a page builder or you're using Gutenberg or some other system where you are what I call handcrafting the pages. So how many pages is this site? Is it a 5-page brochure site? Is it a 50-page site with lots of products and services? How many handcrafted pages are we going to need? Because all those handcrafted pages take a lot of time. The copy and paste, just drop in the content. Those are pretty easy. Are you going to be blogging or sharing news items? We need to know that. Are you selling things online? If that's a yes, you probably should have another subsection of e-commerce related questions. That's beyond the scope of this presentation. Do you need an event calendar or event registration of any kind? Do your clients need to log in for any reason? Don't ever not ask that question. I have gotten to the end of a project and shown the client the final product, and the client said, "Oh, where do my clients log in to see what their account balance is?" Okay, we never talked about that. Like, it's not in the scope. Oh, but that's the whole reason for the website. So my clients can log in and check their back. Well, you never mentioned that, like, ever. Now, so press pause for a minute. If you've ever experienced something like that, why do those things happen? Why do we get to the end and the client says, "Oh, the reason that we're building the website is so our clients can check in and, log in and check their account balance." Whose fault is it that we're just discovering this now at the end? And you might say it's a client's fault. They should have told us, or it's my fault. I should have asked. And it's really probably a balance of those two things. You can sure avoid a lot of headache if you ask the right questions in the beginning. So, do your clients need to log in to the website for any reason? Do you use social media? Which networks? Do you have videos that you want to use? And by the way, are they ready? Or are we going to be waiting 6 months for the videographer to do his or her thing? Do you want testimonials? And again, do you have them already? Because that can take forever. This is another question very important to ask. Is there any third-party integration needed? Because a third-party integration can turn very quickly a $7,000 project into a $17,000 project, depending on what you're trying to do, or more. So what is the third-party integration, and what does that look like? Here's a really important question to ask. Should the website simply be a credibility piece for you, or are you wanting to generate leads from search results? And that's the beginning of a conversation of, okay, when people search for you, are you just wanting, like, if they search for my name, I want to come up and I want to have a pretty website? Because that's a legitimate reason to have a website. A lot of especially smaller, like small accounting firms, smaller architect, smaller professional firms, they don't want 100 leads a week coming in from Google search results, best architect in Chicago or whatever. That's not what they're after. They want 2 or 3 people who are looking for them and they look great on the web, and that's who they want to find. And both of those scenarios are fine. We just need to know about that at the beginning. Are we trying to build a credibility piece, or are you trying to generate leads from search results? And this is the catch-all question. Aside from everything else, aside from just communicating information and whatever else we've talked about, is there anything else the website needs to do? Anything at all? And this question is really great for uncovering hidden expectations. Oh yeah, we need to have blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, my clients need to be able to log in and check their account balance or whatever. So aside from information, is there anything else that the website needs to do? You ask questions like these, you're going to be able to create that solid scope of work for the project. All right, let's move into the launch bucket, the next bucket of questions here that talk about the launch of the website. All right, do you have a deadline? Because if it's next week, that's a problem. Is there a deadline to launch this site? By the way, rarely do I ever promise timeframes. If a client says, "How long does a typical web project take?" or "How long will it take you to build my site?" the answer to that question for me is always around 6 weeks. And I'll tell them, look, we can execute a lot more quickly than that, but we're typically waiting on approvals or content or something from our clients. And with that back and forth, it usually takes around 6 weeks for a basic website to be built and launched. Now, if you come to the table with all your content and all the assets and all that stuff at the beginning, we could probably knock this out in a couple of weeks. But if an early deadline is part of the scope of work, then that needs to be in the scope of work. Like, launch date is this, and they're probably going to pay more for that because it's a rush project. Here's a question you absolutely do not want to forget to ask. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a nightmare situation where you launch the website and you screw up the client's email. And that is, how do you handle email right now? Because a lot of people, they may have their email on some other hosting company. And when you move the site over to your hosting, all of that breaks. And that's not a fun day. I say that with firsthand experience because I have been the idiot that broke that before. And it's not a lot of fun to try to put back together. So how do you handle email? How does that work? By the way, I, as a business, do not offer email services to clients. Email is the quicksand of a web business. You will spend more time and more hassle and more headache trying to support email than virtually any other thing that you can do. So the magic phrase that I use with clients is this: email is an IT issue, not a web development issue. And I have a few IT firms locally. If you don't have an IT person, I will connect you with one that can help you set up Google G Suite or Office 365 or whatever service you want to use. And I'll work with that person to set up all the stuff to make it work on the web end. But we don't do email. It's not, email is IT. It is not web development. So last of all, who will be responsible for maintaining the site after it's been launched? Another key question that's going to lead you into the discussion of ongoing services later, because this is a site that's going to need to be maintained and kept up to date. And by the way, I'll get into that in a minute, ongoing services. I'm going to get ahead of myself here, but the goal of this bucket of questions is, what does a time frame look like? And to start that discussion about ongoing services, right? So we need to ask these questions. All right, one more, the budget. Do you have a ballpark budget for this project? Don't be afraid to ask that question. One of the things that I find that lots of people doing WordPress client work, they're afraid to talk about money with the client. And, something I've said for years is that your success in the business of doing client work is directly proportional to your ability to talk about money with the client. Don't be afraid of it. You've learned some stuff. You've bought some tools. You can do a thing. You should be able to charge for it and not feel bad about it. What's your ballpark budget for the project? What are you expecting to invest in this project? Now, if it seems low, well, okay, so you've got $3,000 to invest. Well, what you're describing is about a $5,000 project. So one of two things needs to happen. I can't sell you a $5,000 project for $3,000. I just can't do that. But you can either raise your expected budget to accommodate for that, or maybe we can take some things away from the scope, simplify it. Maybe we do a phase 2 and roll the other stuff into a phase 2. So it just opens that discussion. Then you also want to find out, all right, what is the decision-making process for deciding who you're going to go with? Do you have to get 3 bids? Where are you in the process? How does that work? What is the process of making this decision? And then finally, when do you expect to make the final decision? The goal here is make sure you're not wasting your time. Now, this is a great example of a time when I will rearrange the buckets. So just a few weeks ago, I got a call. It was a referral for a local division of a national nonprofit agency. And they wanted a website for their local division of this larger national organization. Now, if you do any work with nonprofits, and especially in this scenario where it's a local division of a national agency, you know right away these people have no money for marketing. There's just no budget there. So the first thing, I went directly to the budget bucket and asked, all right, what does your ballpark budget look like for this site? And it's okay. And we have about $1,200. And at that point, before I wasted any more time with the client, I said, look, the minimum project that we take is about $4,500. And so I can make some suggestions for some other developers who might be able to do this in your price range. And so it just avoids you and them wasting a lot of time. So don't be afraid to ask those questions. It's perfectly legitimate. Okay, let's move into the next part of the acronym. Now, we've spent a lot of time on scope, right? And you will typically, just like in this presentation, we spend the majority of time talking through the buckets of questions in the scope part of the scope strategy. And you'll probably spend 45 minutes of an hour at least talking through those questions we just mentioned, the buckets of questions under scope. Now, at this point, we move into chemistry. Is this a client that you are comfortable working with? So we've spent 45 minutes or so with this client already. During that time when you are asking questions, you want to ask questions, but you want to listen very carefully, and you want to be on the alert for red flags. Is there anything in my gut that's just making me think, there's something, it's kind of cringy, there's a problem? Because after spending 45 minutes or so with the client, you should probably have a good idea as to whether this is a client you can work with or not. But let's look at some red flags that a lot of times we might find in the scope discussion that would be maybe some warnings that the chemistry isn't right. So here are a few common red flags. Unanswered questions, big red flag. So the client doesn't know what they need. And we talked a little bit about that under the business and the purpose and all that. The client doesn't know what they need. A discovery phase can be helpful. So those unanswered questions, those matter. And so it's a red flag. Something else, disrespectfulness. So if during the process of working through the questions about the website, the client doesn't listen to you, they interrupt, they won't answer your question, or they complain about your price already, or they ignore any advice you happen to give, or if the client is just a jerk, this is a huge red flag. Again, this is a first date. This is the best version of the client you're ever going to see, because everybody's always on their best behavior the first time they meet somebody, usually. So if the client's a jerk in the first conversation, it probably doesn't get any better from there. Disrespectfulness, huge red flag. Scheduling problems. If the client is hard to reach, if they reschedule or if they're late, and this is, you start to notice this even as you're starting to schedule the first meeting, this doesn't get better over time. This is a client that's going to disappear on you through the project. And so just be aware of that. Usually, of course, there's legitimate reasons for this that might just be a one-off. But in my experience, if the client is hard to reach when you're just trying to get the project together, they're going to be even more hard to reach as the project goes forward. All right, this one's super important. Complaints. If the client complains about their previous web developer who did everything wrong, in air quotes, if that happens when I'm meeting with a client for the first time, it is a full stop. We're going to stop right there. We're going to dig into that situation because, okay, one of two things is true. Now, I've been doing WordPress for 10 years now, over 10 years. I have seen developers do things that, I mean, y'all, you would have to mess up this bad on purpose. It was so bad. Like it was bad. These are the rescue sites a lot of times we'll get from disappearing web developers. And oh my gosh, it's just, I mean, the work is horrible. So I know that there are knucklehead web developers out there. I know that. But a lot of times when the client is complaining about the previous
little bit of technical trouble with Nathan's video. We were trying to restore him, but we have not found him yet. There's great discussion in the comments, so for those of you that are just watching and haven't seen the comments, make sure you check those out. Everyone's being very supportive of each other and asking a lot of questions. We got some great feedback on Nathan's talk, so be sure to go and fill out the feedback for him. That way he knows how great he did. And thank you. We are going to take a brief break now.
everybody. Welcome back for another session here at WordCamp Kent. Our next presenter is Jocelyn Mozak. Jocelyn is going to be presenting on 5 essential questions to ask on a sales call. Jocelyn has over a decade of experience building, running, and wrangling a WordPress design agency. In addition to her running her agency, she is a mentor and business coach to other creative professionals, helping them to build the businesses that they desire. So with no further ado, Jocelyn, take it away.
Thank you. So I have a question, everyone. Have you ever had a situation where you've been on a sales call with a prospect? Everything has gone great. You're super excited. You sit down, you spend time, you write that estimate, you send it out, only to discover that your definition of a reasonable budget and your prospect's definition are so far off the mark from each other, it's not even funny. Or worse, you send that estimate and then crickets? Really? All that time? Well, what I want to do is chat with you today about ways you can set yourself up for your sales call, key questions you can ask on that sales call, and then how to craft your proposal. So the only decision your prospect is making when they have that estimate in your hands is what pen they're going to sign that estimate with. So without further ado, let's get started. Now, I have a good 40 slides on this presentation, but I've summarized it down to a quick printable PDF, which is like all of 4 slides. And you can find that at jocelynmozak.com/sale. So that way you can just know that that's there, sit back, enjoy, take it all in, make notes, but don't feel like you have to be jotting everything down. All right, let's start off with some ground rules. This is all about the mindset we have and preparation for walking into that conversation. The first thing I want to point out is this sales call, it's not about you. I know, the horrors, isn't everything about us? But I'll tell you, have you noticed anytime you've been nervous? You know, sales call makes a lot of people nervous. But when you get nervous about things like sales calls, presentations, all these things, nerves are typically when we're making something about us. But see, here is the thing. We are service providers. And so the sales call is not about us. It's actually our opportunity to learn about them. And so the great thing about that too is when we're not focused on us, we can show up and ask the right questions and really listen to what they're needing from the project. The other thing I want you to be aware of when you're preparing for the sales call is realize that you are allowed to say no. Just because they want to work with you does not mean you have to work with them. This is an interview. Both are interviewing each other to make sure it is a good fit. To anyone who has ever had that feeling in their gut that says, I shouldn't do this and done it, we've all learned it the hard way. And so my best advice to you is to always remember, if that feeling in your gut comes up, just say no. Another thing to remember, and Nathan mentioned this in his talk, is when we're speaking on sales call, we are there to talk about what they want, what are their goals, what are their dreams, and why are we doing this project? But we are not there to talk about how we're going to do what we do. That is actually intellectual property. I mean, think about it. If you hired someone to build a deck, he would ask you about how you're going to use your deck, the materials, the style, all of the things that help your contractor understand your goals for that deck. But he's not going to tell you what he's going to do. He's not going to go into those plans. And so it is really none of their business how you will do what you do. What is important is what you're going to do and why it's important you're doing it. And just as much as it is none of their business how we do our job, it is none of our business how they pay for this job. You know, often we can get into conversations with our prospects. We start hearing about where they are in our business. We start hearing about what's going on in their life. And our own money issues, our own money stories can creep in. And we can find ourselves starting to make decisions on behalf of our prospect, which we really have no right to do. It is none of our business. We shouldn't be saying, oh, I shouldn't charge that much because, you know, they can't possibly afford this. Or I shouldn't offer that package because that's like too much for them right now. Like, again, they shouldn't be able to afford this. Our job as providers is to really understand the value we bring to the table and what it costs for us to bring that value to the table. And then meet our prospects at that place and end up telling them, this is what I can do. and this is what it will cost, and let them make the decision on what's important to them and how they want to spend their pennies. And as we speak about money and we think about, pricing in our own money stories and our own money issues, I want to let a point really sink in, which was so pivotal for me. If you go out of business, who can you help then? I had it, especially when I was early on in my business, I carried some guilt around charging more. I don't know why, but it was there. And I realized that if I can't show up and be profitable, I can't stay in business. And if I can't stay in business, I can't be helping anyone. The other thing I would point out when it comes to money is think about it. If you know a project costs, let's say $1,000, if you were to charge 10% less, how would you show up in that project? Would there be resentment? Would you have to take on additional projects just because you still need to eat? Would you not be able to hire that coach, go to that conference? How is your entire world, and as a result, how you can even show up for that client who's paying 90%, but are they losing more than 10% in your not really knowing what you need to show up in business? And conversely, think about the opposite. Think about if you charge 10% more. Think about the energy when we have those projects where we're just like, oh my goodness, I am so being compensated for my time. Like I am being compensated and some. And think about how you show up and how you can really focus on being in service to the clients that are in sort of your arena that you're caring for, and all the other things that would become possible, that you can attend conferences like this. It's beautiful. WordCamp is free right now being online, but we all know the reality of in-person conference. We've got travel time, we've got hotel time potentially, we have ticket time, cost, all these different things. And so it's really important that you know what it costs and what you want to charge so you can show up and create the business you want to create. And remembering that pricing to match that business is the ultimate service. Because if you aren't true to that, you're not staying in business and you can't really fulfill your goals and your dreams for anybody. And so those are kind of the mindset pieces I want us walking into the sales call with. Remembering the call is not about us. It's not about us touting how wonderful we are. It's about really understanding what are they needing and how can we serve them. That we can, in fact, say no. Just because we're talking to them doesn't mean this is going anywhere. We can discuss what and why we're in this conversation, but not how we're going to do things. We're going to keep our eyes on our own piggy bank and let them worry about theirs. And so when we enter the sales call, what are some of the key questions we want to be asking? The first one I absolutely love is why now? I bet you their website has been on their to-do list for a really long time. But something has happened, right? Something has suddenly made it bubble up to the top. And for us to understand the priorities of our customer and the motivation and the needs and all of it, why now is a very powerful question. You're going to find out what is critical to them, what is important to them, what is going on, what their timeline is looking like. You will get so many clues from this question. And you'll notice I've got 5 key questions I'm going to share with you this morning. And you'll notice they're very short and sweet because the goal of the sales call is to let them do the talking and for us to do the listening so we can hear what they're wanting and show up in service. A next question I really like to ask is, how is your existing site letting you down? This again will give you more clues into what's going on, because a lot of times if we've done an intake form, we'll see their new website and we'll see, we'll see their, existing website, right? And we'll look at it and immediately start having a list of things that we see that need to be fixed. But it's really important to understand how they are viewing and seeing the website interacting with their business, controlling their business's success or lack thereof. Again, this is all about clues about how this website is currently fitting into their business and their perspective of where it's not showing up and doing what it needs to do. I then like to ask them, how is this new website going to impact your business? You know, one key thing I'm doing in all of these questions is I'm letting them tell themselves and me why now and what the impact is. So we've gone over why now, we've gone over how is our current site letting us down. And so now we want them to lean into this site they are leaning towards, their goals, their wishes, right? And so how will this impact your business? What are you wanting from your site? And this is a great time for us to sometimes find out they've decided the path to what they're looking for is this new site, but we're going to listen to their actual goals and say, wait a minute, there's some other things that need to happen, or what you're thinking of is, and these are all thoughts we could be having in our head and jotting down on paper. Because again, in this call, we're supposed to be doing most of the listening, but really letting them lean into like, how's this going to change things? This is going to change how we show up in business. This is going to change the number of sales we can make, the conversion. And you can even let them lean into that with the financial ROI and the measurements, because we're really finding out what are the metrics of success for this project. Is it going to bring in more leads? How much is a lead worth to you? Wow, that many leads at that type of return for a client? No wonder you're ready for a new website. The other thing we can do is ask them, how is it going to benefit their customers? You know, they're service providers too. Whether they're actually quote service providers or they're creating products, they too have their business because they are there to serve and show up and support someone. And so as businesses, we can get in ourselves, right? We're thinking about what's in it for me. And they may come to this meeting thinking, I need a website for what's in it for me. But we can stretch them. We can stretch the why of this is so important to make them realize that they're enhancing their site, is enhancing their business, is enhancing their business's reach, is impacting more of the people they are here to serve. And so it really brings in the emotion and the why are we having this conversation today, and really letting the client in their own words feel into just how important and transformational this project is to their business. And then asking, so what's the cost of not doing this? So like if this project wasn't to move forward, if the status quo was to stay the status quo, where would you be in a year from now? We've gone through where will you be in a year from now with this new site, but where will you be? And they're like, I'd be stuck right where I am now. That's not good. And so that really grounds in that point of why we are having this conversation. And again, through all of this, we are seeing through their lens what's important to them. Because we already know what we think is important on this project, right? If you've already gotten the intake form, again, you've already looked at the site, you've already done some, behind the scenes searching, you're already potentially being like, okay, this is dated, their SEO sucks, this is a problem, that's a problem, the next thing's a problem. But that's all our goals for the site. We want to hear theirs too, and realize that theirs are probably the most important. And we can also bring in pieces of what we're seeing. I'm not saying we don't, but making sure we give the client the maximum airtime, because that's why we're having this conversation. It's also actually how they fall in love with us, right? I mean, having the conversation not be about us and letting the person talk makes them intrinsically feel connected and heard. And that's really important, because isn't that what we want when we hire a service provider? We want to hire someone who we feel like intrinsically understands our problem. It's the reason I'm going to hire someone to build the deck. I don't want to know how the heck he's going to do it. I simply want to know that he can do it. And if I start grilling him on the how, it's probably because I'm not feeling confidence in his skills. It's just an interesting thing to pick up on. But when you walk into the meeting with confidence, they know you know what the heck you're doing. And that's all they need to know, that you've got it. You're hearing them and you've got their back. And the most important part of the sales conversation, well, okay, maybe not the most important. Another key part of the sales conversation is make sure you have the money conversation. Because they can have all the dreams and you can provide all the solutions. And in theory, this could be perfect. But the money, the investment they're going to make this so is part of the conversation. They may have big dreams. They're about to find out what it costs to accomplish these dreams. And then they need to figure out internally, does that investment with that ROI, is it worth it for my business right now? And so this is why, as much as we might say to them, you're not a fit, if they end up effectively, the outcome of this conversation is, I can't work with you right now, it's not a rejection. It is simply two people saying, this is what working together looks like. And it moves forward or it doesn't. I have had clients that 2 years later come back to me and say, I'm ready to work with you now. And I'm like, who are you? But we had a conversation years ago. And they now are in a place where they're like, all right, we know what it costs to work with you. We know, the value. And we've always seen your value. We couldn't justify it at the time, but now we can, and we want to move forward. And that's the perfect situation. And that's where, when I write my proposal and they see the number, there's no surprises. And so they sign. So one of the ways I do the money conversation is actually to sneak it in before we even get on this call. I'm a huge fan of using an intake form. Now, there are some I've seen that are really short and sweet, some that are really complex. It's like most things when it comes to questions and forms, you want to strike that beautiful balance between getting enough information without having them be like, okay, I'm not filling this thing in. And sometimes I'll get a referral where someone didn't come to me through the website, they email me. And what I then do is I send them an email saying, here's my process, basically. I would love to get on a conversation with you and chat about your project so I can better prepare for that call. Here is my intake questionnaire. Has key questions on it, like what's your name, what's your email, what's the URL. Sneaks in a couple useful questions like, how did you hear about us? It's really helpful knowing going into the call, was this a referral? Like, where did you come from? It's a question I often forget to ask, but it's really good to know. I ask them, what made you reach out today? Already starting in the why now question before we even hop on a call. And then I ask them, what investment have you allocated for this project? And I love to do it actually as a drop down. So the way I position mine is, if you'll notice, pre-selected is $6,000 to $8,000. That's my sweet spot. That is where I love to work. That attracts a certain type of project that I and my team can just knock out of the park every time. If you notice, anything below 3,500 is marked as a mini project, and I don't even go below 2,000, and I may even be bumping up these numbers soon. This tells anyone who's thinking they're going to get a $1,000 website, don't even bother. And that's fine, because don't even bother. We are not going to be a fit. Likewise, I have done sites that are, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and there are people who do sites that are well over 100K. Not my sweet spot. And so someone coming to this forum is going to see the 10 to 15, they're going to see other, and they're going to be like, I've got a $25,000 budget or $75,000 budget. Again, probably not the provider for me. And that's okay. That is, again, not my sweet spot. And so I pre-qualify them before they even get on the sales call, because the results of this form is taking them to my calendaring software where they can actually get on my calendar. And then this is emailed to me so I can actually view it before we meet. The other thing I love about it is, even if, let's say, they're in my window, if they are, let's say, they see the 6 to 8, so already I've price anchored what working with me looks like. And so if they go down to 45, if they go down to 35, they kind of already know they're sort of deviating from starting point. And so that's in the back of their mind, and that's okay. And so all of these things are essentially a pre-qualification and sort of getting this out of the way. Now, if you don't have something set up like this, you can point blank ask, what investment do you have allocated for this project? And, some people will tell you, and if they push back, you go, well, look, here's the thing. I work with sites anywhere from this to this range. And the site I make at the low end is not the site I make at the high end. Pretend you're looking for a house, right? If you don't give your realtor a range, you can either be being shown duplexes or mansions, but the only way your realtor can really show you homes that are going to work for you and prioritize your goals is by understanding what you can invest and then saying, what is the biggest, what are the most important things? Let's prioritize those, and we're going to see what fits. Now, let's say the budget fits scope. Wonderful. Then all you need to say is, look, you wanted to, you indicated your investment was this. Based on our conversation, I think the project is going to very nicely fit in that range. I also see it costing about this. and you go to the final question. If you had my proposal tomorrow, and those hot little hands of yours, right? Would anything stop you from signing it? And this is an important question. This is where all the things you didn't realize start coming out. Like, oh, I need to check with my spouse or check the budget, or I have to check with my, business partner, or some other objection, like it goes quiet, like something else is up. And that is the time to dig into it, to be like, okay, let's talk about it. Because if we don't have, this question, this objection, this last thing we haven't talked about isn't going anywhere. I mean, it's the reality. There's something else that needs to be put on the table and spoken about. And so let's have that conversation. Because if we don't have the conversation, what happens? We write the proposal, it goes off, and it sits, and we don't know why it's sitting. And, this has to get out. And so this is the great way of effectively saying, look, are we doing this thing or not? If we're not, or if there's still a question you have, a discomfort of something, let's talk about it. Now, what happens if the budget is too small? What happens if they indicated they wanted to spend, $4,000 or $5,000, and you're like, this is a 10K site, people? Well, then you simply can say, look, you indicated you're wanting to invest around this amount. But for a project of this scope, if we do all the things that we chatted about today, it's going to be more like this. And then pause and shut up. When we talk about money, we tend to get nervous and we tend to fill the space. But really what's happened is you just kind of dropped a little bombshell on their heads, right? They're like, shit, I want all of this. I've just spent the last 45 minutes going through why it's so important and how it's going to impact my business. So I get it. I've talked myself into it. And that's what you let them do by letting them talk. Let them talk themselves into it. And just be quiet and, let them absorb this, because they're going to at that point do one of two things. They may decide, okay, I really would have preferred to spend $4,000, but you're telling me it's $5,500. Okay, yeah, we can do that. And then you still go to this question. If you had my proposal, like, great, okay. So if you had my proposal tomorrow, would anything stop you? And you let them answer. And again, if something comes up, you dig in. Now, what happens if the budget's too small and it stays too small? In other words, they're like, look, I hear you, I get it, I value you, all that stuff, but look, 4,000 is all we have earmarked for this. This is all we can do right now. You're telling me it's 5,500. We can't do that right now. And you go, okay, I get it. Totally get it. I'm a business owner too. I understand just because that's the goal, but this is what it costs. I get it. You have to decide where to make your investments in your business. So here's what we can do. I heard you say that the following things were the most pressing and most important. And I agree with you. You've shared all these goals and all of these, reasons. And I get it. Like that, you're right. That is the most critical thing in your business. So here's what I suggest. We can tackle that most important thing with the budget you've shared. In fact, we can tackle one more thing. So I suggest we do this in phases. So let's do this key element and this one additional element that will work perfectly with the budget, the investment you guys have allocated for right now. And we'll simply put the other items in a phase 2. Not a problem. And back to our favorite question. If you had my proposal, now that we seem to be on the same page, we understand the goals, we understand why we're doing this, we understand everything, right? Everything sounds good. We even talked money. Everything sounds great. Any last questions? Any last words? Any last objections? Would anything stop you from signing? And when they say effectively you're at the close of the meeting, perfect. You can expect my estimate tomorrow. And there goes my phone, which I didn't mute. All right, I'll mute it. Sorry, guys. There we go. Oh, and quick recap. Why now? How's what we've got not working? How's the new site going to really impact our bottom line, not only ours, but the lives of those we serve as well? What's the cost of not doing it? And when it comes to dollars and cents, ensuring that we get through any final objections to this entire process before we get off this call. Because that is really what you need to have the green light to spend the time to write that proposal. So let's dig into the proposal. Now, this proposal, I'll just let you know, is loosely based on the proposal that is a free download. And at the very end of my resources tab, I do have a download link for it from WP Elevation. But what we're going to do as we go through writing this proposal is we're going to use the information they gave us in all the questions. We're going to use their language. Because again, what is a sales, marketing, business situation? It's essentially someone coming to us saying, this is what I need. Do you hear what I need? And so us repeating back to them that we heard them in their words validates, yeah, this person gets what I need. And obviously we need to be authentic providers who can do what we say we can do. And we need to know we can deliver on these goals. But a lot of the language we can use should be theirs. And so my welcomes, I have for my proposals, I use sort of templates I built up through the years, which streamlines and speeds things up. But I swap out certain sections. So I may very well, my default beginning is like, hello, dear so-and-so. We all know your website needs to look great, but in addition to looking great, it needs to, serve your business and all the things. And this is where you can add in the why now. And so as, basically this is what's going on in their business right now. And so it is critical that we take this website to the next level and change it to achieve these goals so your business can benefit in this way. And we are excited to be part of this journey, supporting your business and its future. And then the next section I have on my estimates is the business and customer needs. This is again talking about, what is the new site going to do? What are the deliverables? What is the metrics of success for this project? A successful project is one that meets the business and customer needs. So we reiterate, the current site is basically not up to par because it's not achieving these certain goals. And the new site is going to achieve this list of goals that will impact the business itself, bottom line, in this way, and impact those they serve. And that way, we are reiterating all of the reasons we are doing this right now. And potentially not taking action and not doing so results in this missed opportunity. The third section I have is the project scope and timeline. So this is where a lot of us as developers can tend to almost start and keep our estimate, right? Our brains go straight to, like, as soon as we see their site, as soon as we start the conversation, I don't know about you, but my wheels start churning of functionality. How am I going to do what I do, right? And so this is kind of where you can let a little bit of that in of what you're going to do. But again, this is not about how you're going to do it. This is much more about, at a high level, what are the functional pieces you're going to have. I also like to put in the expectation of timeline and the expectation of revisions and things. So what's the project flow? We're going to start with a kickoff meeting. And we're going to, the client's going to provide sites that they like and all of those things. And based on that, we're going to run off and we're going to go and create a mock-up of what, the homepage may look like. And that will be delivered within, let's say, 1 week or 2 weeks of the kickoff meeting. And there will be, we'll then have a follow-up meeting to that. And we'll go ahead and there'll be up to 2 revisions on that. And then we'll move on to the internal pages. And we don't expect about this amount of time on the internal pages. And along the way, who's delivering what? We will be doing the design, but the client is responsible for giving all of the images and all the content to be used. And we don't actually start development until we have all those pieces. And so it's all spelled out for the client, kind of what high-level pieces are happening and when, and what's the expectation of this flow. Do you get infinite revisions? Do you get infinite ideas? Like what is the bounding box, as Nathan likes to do in one of his presentations? I love it, where he's got kind of the clients in sort of a playpen, like, okay, here's your box. Everyone gets along if the client kind of stays within the box. And so it's defining what the expectations are for what's the flow and who's responsible for what and how's this going to work. It's going to be a development area. It's going to be password protected. This is how I want to receive things. No, you may not give me things piecemeal. Yes, you must give me everything. No, we do not pass go until XYZ has been completed. And so all of those things are there. And then the investment. Again, you notice I'm using the word investment versus even budget and cost and all of the things. And so the investment is here. Now, often a customer is going to quickly, my proposal is kind of set up on an online software, and they're probably going straight. It also tracks what they do, and I'll share with that. which is kind of cool. They go straight to the investment, right? They just like, how much is it? But if you've already had the talk on the call saying this is going to be a $4,000 to $5,000 project, when they look at the investment tab and see something in the 4 to 5 range, they're like, okay, check, we're good to go. Then they go back to the beginning and read through all the pieces. And don't forget to have a sort of a next step. I always put this sort of tab in. Some will just know to go sign. You know, the investment tab actually has a signature piece on it to basically authorize it. But a next steps, like, okay, if you've read through this proposal and everything looks good to go, here's what I need you to do. I need you to go to this tab and sign. Then what's going to happen? It might take you to a software where you can pay the deposit, or maybe the next thing that will happen is I will send you, you can expect an invoice from me for whatever the deposit looks like or the first month payment looks like. You'll also receive kind of a kickoff email from me, and then we'll get this show on the road. Can't wait to work with you. And then the final piece, and I have it at the bottom, although I might move it up, is the legal. This is so important. This is the CYA part of it, right? This is where you can add in all of those things, all of those pieces for what happens, what happens with imagery, right? Like who provides what happens with copyrights, what happens with errors and omissions, what are we going to test on, what we won't, aren't we going to, what happens if the client goes to sleep? All of those things get put in here. So if and when we go there, you are covered and you can say, look, this is what's going on, this is the agreement, and this is how it plays out. And so we start off with the welcome. And one trick I'll give you for the welcome that I love to do, especially if I'm working with organizations like nonprofits, where I know that I've spoken to a point contact, but this may be reviewed by a greater group, is I jump on a Loom video and I do a video just like this, and I walk through the proposal. So what I do is I hop on and I say, and what it allows me to do is instead of being another, printout on a stack of printouts, I become a human being and I'm able to have that sales conversation with the whole team who wasn't in that room. Because as I talk through my proposal, I do the welcome. I'm reiterating why now. I'm reiterating what the business needs, what the customer needs are. I'm reiterating why it's important. I'm sharing with them what is my processes, what's my flow, what's working with me and my team going to look like. And then I can tell them, and this is the investment and this is your next steps. This all looks good. This is what we do and this is how it goes. And so I found video to be very helpful. Sometimes I put it on my proposals anyways, but definitely if I know a proposal is going to be viewed and decided on by someone who I wasn't in that sales call with me, I happen to feel like I'm really good when it comes to being in person, that in-person conversation. So if I can't bring them to me, I go to them. And so as far as sales resources, I indicated that I use online. You don't need to. I use Better Proposal. I've also used Proposify. The reason I use Better Proposal is I picked it up off an AppSumo deal, which to anyone who's done AppSumo, you kind of save money and you kind of spend too much money over there all at the same time. But it gives me a template. It's online, which is great. It lets me know if the client has viewed it, which is also wonderful. If I send it and notice a typo, I can quickly jump in there and fix it. It also allows me to see what the customer is doing. So let's say I send off a proposal and then I don't hear anything for a couple of days. And I'm like, The beautiful thing with the online is if I go in there and I look and realize they haven't opened it, it probably went to spam. And so I can email them again and be like, I said I was going to send you the proposal the next day, and I did. Here's the link again, just in case it got caught up in your spam filter. And it kind of gives me the opportunity to kind of resend. Likewise, if they've been opening it every day for for the last week, I just kind of leave them alone. And I can do whatever I want to do. I can also look at where they're spending a lot of time and be like, interesting how they're focusing on that. Might, if it's been a period of time, I might send an email or a question or saying, whatever, but potentially picking up those little nuggets of insight I'm getting into how they're interacting with my proposal. As I shared with you, my proposal template kind of started with the WP Elevation, and I gave a link here to the free one. Legal is so darn important, and I actually upgraded my contracts recently to use. Nathan Ingram has created a great product called Monster Contracts, and this gives you a good foundation. Now, what I did and everyone should do is take contracts you get when they're given to you in a template form and have someone professional look them over and suggest any edits. But what it does is Nathan knows our business. He's been doing this longer than I have. So all of his contracts for both the website build and reoccurring are talking about all of those things, like website clients going to sleep. Like a general lawyer wouldn't know all of the gotchas in our industry, but he certainly does. And so he's already added language in there. So you've got a great framework, which saves you a ton of money. But then, of course, have your own trusted legal person put the final stamp of approval. But it saves you so much money having something to start with, and then again having something that is already so tailored for the lessons, most likely, I'm guessing, learned the hard way. Other resources, Chris Lema, I really enjoy, he had a recent YouTube presentation called The 3 Proposal Options. He likes to kind of, when his proposals with customers, he likes to give them sort of like, this is what we talked about, but like, here's like the, if we want to go even higher end, and like, if you want to kind of scale it back, he likes to give 3 options. I personally, what I like to do when I do proposals is I give options through pricing. So I usually will do kind of like, if you want to pay in full, it's this price, or if you want to spread it out, it's that price. And I kind of give them a little bit of the financial control through choosing how much they want to pay me via how they're going to sign up with me. I found that to be really powerful when I'm feeling issues around my own pricing. So let's pretend, and I'm just being completely honest with you guys here because I have these things too. Let's pretend I want to charge, $5,000 for a website, and I'd never done that before, and it's freaking me the heck out to put a number over 5. What I used to do, now I've moved into actually payment plans for 12 months. I've got my own new model, but what I used to do to get myself over those pricing humps was I would say, okay, if you pay in full, you get a 10% discount. I'm sorry, yeah, a 10% discount. So let me backpedal, I'll explain a little bit better. Let's say I want to charge over 5,000, but I've only charged like 4,800. What I do is I would pick the number I'm comfortable with at like 48 and call that my 90% price. So if you pay in full, here's the price you can pay. And that's kind of the comfort zone price for me. It's kind of the price where I still feel compensated and they feel like they're getting a deal. Now I want to stretch. Now I want to move over 5,000, right? So the 48 is just under. What would be just above? So instead it could be the 2 payments of 2,600. And I'm sure my numbers are a little bit off, but you can see where I'm going with this. Like if I'm used to doing a 50-50, I can sort of do my stretch number that I really want at my 50-50, and then the number like that, my comfort level at the 10%. And so I'm sort of putting ball in their court because I'm kind of comfortable whether they pay me what I'm used to charging anyways. But I've given myself a path of saying, well, they picked the bigger number. And that's just a little trick. Hopefully I shared that somewhat coherently, that I've used to push myself off over those magic thresholds where I'm having trouble spitting out the higher number. So anyways. And then FreshBooks here, Breaking Through the Time Barrier, is just a great read on talking again around pricing and value-based pricing and all the things. So that's what I had for you today. It's a lot, I know. I am, Jocelyn Mozak, as she shared, a founder and owner of Mozak Design, a WordPress web design agency based in Portland, Oregon. I also am a business coach and mentor to other creatives and WordPress professionals. And all these slides and actually a recording of this that I made for a different talk are all up and available for you at jocelynmozak.com/sale. So hopefully there's time for questions. I know it's a long presentation. Do we have any questions that came on in?
We do. We had a couple that came in. So one of the questions that came up, you definitely gave us resources as to your proposal and like where you could get some of those forms and things. But we did have a question on your intake form. Could you talk about what kind of software you're using or plugin you're using to establish that intake form?
Gravity Forms. That's the first form software I started with years ago, and I have not deviated. I have nothing but praise for Gravity Forms. But really, that's all it is the form software. So use the one you know how to use well and easily. But really they'll all do it.
And when they fill that out, do they get a return, like a notification that says you've successfully filled out the form? Do they get a customized email back, or how does that look? What's the workflow on the back end of that?
Yeah, so in my case, the way I have mine set up is it's kind of a pipeline to get on my calendar to have the sales call. So step one is you fill out that form, and so that form goes to my inbox. They are taken to step two, which is where I use, what's it called? I'm blanking. It'll come back to me. Oh, Book Like a Boss. Anyways, Acuity, whatever you want to use to basically where I've have my calendar and I have certain windows where I'll do sales calls. And the nice thing about that is then you don't have the back and forth to set up the sales conversation. Like my calendar is already there and I've already said a sales call will be this long. So like I've already dictated, here's the choices you have for when you can get on my calendar. And here's the length of the conversation. And then so they can just comfortably schedule what works for them. This also gives me the opportunity to, I mean, the email has come into my inbox. So if I see anything that I know this is not going to be like, forgot the sales call, I've got their email. I can intercede with this is not a good fit or whatever. Likewise, if it comes through and I'm like, ooh, that looks like a good project, and they don't actually get on my calendar, I may follow up with like a hi. We all know in business, we have our periods where we're like, more clients, please. And our periods of being like, I'm just too darn busy. And so I definitely find my sales process, I give myself that flexibility of having times where I might be more on the aggressive wanting the clients. And then I may be more in the space of like the client has to hop through more hoops because I'm busy.
Great. I think that definitely would have answered the question. Another question we have is in regards to the pricing. People found that the drop down very helpful as to where they could peg a price. What do you do if a client just isn't sure about what things cost? Do you have some way of educating them if they come in a little clueless? Is there some other direction on your website that maybe focuses them better to be able to pick where their budget should go? How do you deal with that?
And that is a great question. And so, I mean, there is some truth to, I think I have an other field. I mean, there are times where someone will just comment in that, like, I don't know. And so it's having that conversation, right? I mean, so I guess I don't have really a place on my site right now where I talk about like pricing. Yes, the form is already kind of pre-selecting. I personally prefer to work with businesses that are already established and this is not their first rodeo. I tend to find brand new businesses are typically the ones that don't have the budget and actually have the highest need. And that's a challenging space to show up in and serve. So if I ask them, I guess if you're saying like, are you saying if I get to the point in the conversation where I say, what's your budget? And they kind of are shell shocked going, I have no idea what this should cost.
Yes, that seems to be the nature of the question. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where, again, I say, well, I get that. And as I said, I can do websites that let's say are 2,000 or 20,000. And at that point, they'll probably be like, well, not 20,000. You're like, okay, so you do have at least a number in mind. And then you can be like, so, and that's where that as the salesperson, then you are like, okay, well, I don't know. And so you can say, well, so typically for a project of this scope, we're looking about this range. How does that kind of sit? How does that feel for you? And then they'll kind of sit with it. And they can either at that point say like, okay, I need to, and this is where whether you're going to spend time writing that proposal. This may simply be this person needs to sit and process and be like, okay, I understand this was a lot more than you guys were expecting. You've gathered the information. You want to talk to your partners. You may want to talk to a couple other people. I get it. Can we put a call on the calendar for next week? So like when should we follow up and just see where you're at? And so you can give them that space and then you can see where they're at and do almost okay, what have you learned in the last week since we've spoken? They obviously now know about what the budget is. Like, here's where we're at, like what's pivoted, what's changed, and let's kind of go deeper into that. And then the other option is to kind of go back and say, well, yeah, we can do this in phases. So again, if you're like, okay, it's going to probably be 4,000 to 5,000, they're like, oh, shoot. You can say, well, all right, that was for your dream. We may not be able to achieve your dream, but I did hear in the order of your dreams, there was something that was a major, major important thing to your business right now. And let's talk about what it would cost and how we could do that. Or even if we can't do that, my job as a service provider is to stretch my client as much as can be stretched in this moment and move the needle forward. We may, as web developers, we have this like ideal, like, this 10,000, like this solution would just be perfect for them. But think about it. Even if we don't get them to 100%, let's say we move them forward by 60%. Have we not shown up in service and moved their and helped their business and impacted it and allowed them to keep growing? And so it can be part of a dialogue of just showing up in the dialogue. And that's why I feel like it's so important that all of the questions I had in there to ask were really about understanding their motivation and why they're doing this and what they're needing. If we just bulldoze straight into the solution space of what we do and how we do it, and we're just talking about us, we aren't getting any new information. None. We already know about ourselves. Stop talking about yourself. Now at the end, towards the end, you might say, okay, now that we know all the pricing and all this stuff, here's how the process works. And we can start to give them a peek into, okay, so like we are all on the same page. I get what you need. I get we can all afford it. This is great. So like, here's what it looks like working. You want to hear a little bit more about how I work, how I and my team work to show up in service for you. Then you can talk about yourself.
Great. Thank you so much. I think that was a great answer. I think that helps people who look for a direction and you're just not even really sure where to start. We're out of time at this point. However, if you still have a couple questions for Jocelyn, you can catch up with her over on the WordCamp Kent Slack channel. Just hit the website at 2020.kent.wordcamp.org. There's a link right there that says to join the conversation in the Slack channel. There's a procedure. Just give them a second just to get you in the room. And then you can find the Slack channel, find Jocelyn, and she'll be able to help you out. There's also a great opportunity to chat with some of the sponsors today too. We have both GoDaddy and Bluehost as sponsors. They have rooms if you're looking to find out some more about web hosting. This is a great opportunity to engage with them one-on-one and ask some questions and get some answers and see if everything's going for your website the way you want it to. So thank you again, Jocelyn, for joining us today, and we'll have our next speaker up shortly.
Thank you for having me. And yes, I'll be hanging out at the GoDaddy Pro space quite a bit this weekend.
Welcome to YouTube video and WordPress, how to double down on your SEO potential. Steve Schwartz has been creating digital assets for small businesses and teaching classes on social media, photography, video, WordPress, and online security for about 10 years. His teaching style has always been to try to take complex technical jargon and bring it down to a level where end users can understand it. Thanks for joining us, Steve.
Hey everybody, my name is Steve Schwartz and I'm coming to you today from Charlotte, North Carolina, and I am excited about the opportunity to get to talk to you today about incorporating YouTube video with WordPress and doubling down on your SEO potential. SEO, of course, standing for search engine optimization. In other words, Google's ability to find your content when somebody searches for a particular key term or key phrase. Anyhow, so my name's Steve Schwartz. There's my phone number right there. I'm going to be talking a lot today about my hobby blog, which is my car blog, which is funcarstuff.com. And you can catch me on YouTube. My YouTube handle is Tahoe Steve. So please be sure to check it out. All right, so real quick, a little bit about me. I currently live in Charlotte. I've been here since 2004. And prior to that, I lived in Fairfax, Virginia, where I was raised. Been married since 1996. I got two great kids. One is 14, one's 18. The 18-year-old is going to be a sophomore in college this year, and the 14-year-old is going to be starting high school. And there they are, my pride and joy. The three people that mean the world to me and why I work so hard. So after a decade in corporate America, I decided to venture out on my own, and I started a small photography and videography business in Charlotte in 2008 and got pulled into developing websites in 2010. So I've been in the WordPress ecosystem since 2010. I think my first version was 2.0, something like that. But I've built a lot of sites for a lot of people. I am an admitted computer geek, and I am an admitted photography and video geek. I'm also a drone geek. I've got a YouTube channel. I'm sitting right around 28,000 subscribers, and I should hit 7 million views sometime in the very near future. So I am a wannabe musician, and that's a long story, but I'll leave it at that. And as far as leading sessions and teaching, I've been doing this for probably 2 decades. I love helping people, so don't be shy. If you've got a question in your head and you think that it's a stupid question, chances are 25% of the people in the audience have the exact same question, so don't be shy and ask. I will, however, be saving all of the Q&A to the end. I've got about 60 minutes worth of content that I want to get through for you in 40 minutes, leaving us time for Q&A. There's a good chance that I might answer your question somewhere along the way. But otherwise, if I get off on a tangent, I'll have a hard time finding my way back, and we might miss some of the good stuff. So I showed you my blood family earlier. This is my extended family. I love WordCamps. This is my first virtual WordCamp. However, I've been to 14 regular WordCamps in the last 2.5 or so years. I want to encourage each and every single one of you to get as much WordCamp as you possibly can. I know that the folks here have worked very, very hard to put on this event for you. I can't imagine the pivot that they had to do, planning for an in-person event and then having to pivot to a all virtual event. So hats off to them for all the hard work in making this a great event. But I also want to encourage you in the future, go to one of these WordCamps in person. The education that you get in the sessions is amazing, but it's the connections that you make with the people that is everlasting. The people that you see in all of these images, I look forward to seeing all year long, and there is a good, solid percentage of the individuals in these pictures that, because of WordCamps I have worked with, I've sent business to, they've sent business to me, and we've got just an everlasting both work and personal relationships. So WordCamp is more than just learning. It's amazing on so many levels. I can't really put it in words. All right, so let's talk about what you're going to learn today. You're going to learn about video and search, and I'm going to go into the why. And you're going to learn video and search, and I'm going to talk about the how. If you notice, I don't have the what up here. And the reason why I don't have the what up there is because you already know what the what is. So many people in presentations talk about the what, and you take notes and you have good intentions and you go back and you get busy and nothing ever happens. Well, if I tell you why this is so important, I'm hoping that I will motivate you to actually take action, to actually go back to your office or whatever and actually do something with it. The why to me is a much, much stronger message than the what. And then, of course, the how is laying the groundwork to get you started. We're going to have to do this in rhetorical questions because normally this is the point in the presentation where, by show of hands, I ask the audience these following questions. But let's just do it rhetorically. How many of you know that video is a good idea and you get around to it? You get around to it when you can. I'm sure there's probably a few of you out there that have that thought. How about this one? Oh, video's too hard. I can't do that. Well, I'm here to tell you that if you can press a little button on your cell phone, video's not that hard. How about video's too expensive? Well, I'm not going to buy that one either because probably 99% of the people in the audience right now have smartphones. So we'll come back to that. The old I don't want to be on camera. Well, nobody wants to be on camera for the first time. And I'm here to tell you to get over yourself and just do it. Just dive in and go for it. And that goes the same for your voice. Nobody likes the sound of their voice recorded, but it is what it is. You got to get over that and you've got to just dive in. There's no getting around it except for practice. So here's what I deem to be the most legitimate out of all of the excuses. The one that says, I just can't think of anything people would want to watch. Well, my answer to that is, you're at a WordCamp on a Saturday. That tells me immediately two things about you. You're motivated and you're intelligent. You're most likely employed as well. So somebody is paying you to come to work every day and solve problems. Well, if you're a problem solver, you have a story to tell. And that is the exact type of content that makes for good videos. In your head, whatever discipline that you have, you're better at it than most people. That's why you're there. Well, share the wealth. For me, I'm pretty good at photography, I'm pretty good at videography, and I'm pretty good at building websites. So I share the information. Up there in your head, you have knowledge that other people are clamoring to know. Share the knowledge. All right? So let's stop with the excuses and get on with the productivity. Earlier, I told you we were going to talk about the why, and now we're there. So these are YouTube statistics. So we're not talking about any other platform. We're not talking about Vimeo or any of the other ones, but YouTube and YouTube only has 5 billion videos viewed per day. Okay, every minute, 500 hours of video is uploaded. For several years now, YouTube has been the number 2 search engine behind Google. And for those of you that don't know, YouTube is actually owned by Google. So what we're talking about here is trying to rank well for the number 1 search engine via your blog and the number 2 search engine via video, which is YouTube. 30 million daily active users. 1 billion hours watched every day. With billion, with a B. Billion. All right. I call it the YouTube suck zone. The average user spends 40 minutes on YouTube. You know how it goes. You get a text from a friend with a link. You click on the link. You watch one video, and before you know it, you've watched 13 recommended videos, and you've gone down that rabbit hole. So what I want you to keep in mind is that when you do it right, it really doubles your exposure and your search engine optimization. All right, so now let's talk about why I think that you can still kill it with video. Well, if you look back at the second bullet from the last slide, that might be a little bit disheartening that every minute 500 hours of video are uploaded. How in the world can you get through all of that white noise and make an impact? Well, let's talk about it. I'm going to use the real estate industry as an example here because I think it's an industry that all of us at one point or another have had some exposure to. But let's move on. So we're going to take 100 realtors, and this is a poll that I've actually done myself, and I have, over the course of the last decade, have done this poll 3 times. And the last time that I did the poll was last year, and of the 100 realtors that I polled, 70% of them have websites. And of that 70%, half of those websites are the old-fashioned billboard stagnant, websites that somebody bought for them or they bought for themselves and they've never touched. They don't add content to it. They don't even probably know what's on the site. So the remaining half, about 1/3 of those guys add fresh content. So 1/3 of 35%, we're down about 11.5. And that's a pretty generous number because I don't even think it's that high. So how many of these professionals are doing video on top of the blogging? So we're around 2. And I think that the real estate industry is a good representation of small businesses as a whole. Everybody wants to do it. Everybody knows how important it is, but nobody can actually find the time to do it. So if you do it, you're still going to be a standout. All right, so let's talk about doubling our search success. So all this weekend, you're learning about how to rank well and how to do everything WordPress. So I won't get into any of that. But we are going to talk extensively about how to rank with your videos on YouTube. And there are other video platforms. Personally, I put all my eggs in the YouTube basket, but let's not forget that there are others. So can it be that easy? Well, it was for me and still is. Let's take a deeper dive. Rule number 1 in having a successful YouTube channel, everyone will tell you, is to pick a niche or a niche, however you want to say it, and stick to it. Well, I make videos about all sorts of different things, but the one common thread with all of my videos is all of my videos are how-to videos, and they're all directed squarely at beginners. In a lot of my videos, I'm actually doing things that I've never done before, and I'm forced to figure everything out on my own. So I'm not afraid to do the research. I'm not afraid to do the deep dive. And I'll watch 20, 30 videos and read another 30 articles and figure everything out. But where I'm different than everybody else is in a couple of places. I like to take all of that information that I've learned, and I'm doing it for the very first time, so it's very fresh in my mind. And I like to take all of that information that I've consolidated from all of those different good sources and pack them into one video so that people don't have to watch the 30 videos that I watched or read the 30 articles that I watched. I do the legwork for them, and then I make a nice, hopefully clearly succinct, articulate video that will allow them to do whatever it is that they're trying to do in the first place. There are 2 more factors at play here, and that is good lighting and good sound. And we're going to get into that a little bit later. But the bottom line here is that there are so many people who are so good at what they do that, number 1, they forget what it's like to be new and they can't articulate what they're trying to say to a new person. Or number 2, they're awesome at explaining what they're trying to explain, but you can't hear them because their audio is terrible. Or number 3, you can't see what they're doing. All of the above reasons are why I make videos. All right, so let's take a personal look at some of my own experience. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a Google search for install long tube headers Chevy. There's a search right there. And essentially, long tube headers are a performance enhancement that adds horsepower to a car or truck. I won't bore you with any more of the details. Now, here's the key, though. Installation of these things is extremely difficult, and it's monumentally frustrating. Okay. And at the time that I made my video series, which was right around January of 2017, there were not very good videos on YouTube that showed the installation of them properly. So here's where I identified the need. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to do this search for installing long tube headers Chevy. And there's looks like 3.8 million results. And this first video right here is by Tahoe Steve, the very, very first thing that you see. If we come down a little bit, you've got some videos from other people, but you've actually got another video by me. And if we come down a little bit more, we've got some more videos by some more people, and the first natural organic search result is my website. So that's 3 entries on page 1 of a Google search for installing long tube headers Chevy. But let's see what happens if, what if we type in GM truck? There's one of my videos there. There's another one of my videos there. And I'm still the first natural organic for my blog. So everything in my presentation boils down to this. Why settle for just having your blog article appearing on page 1 as number 1 if you can get it there, when way up higher with 6 million results, I've got 2 videos as well. Utilizing good keywords in your YouTube video. Let's go down to the second one. Let's go down to Silverado, which is a different type of truck. All right. Because my engine in my Tahoe is the same as the engine in Silverado, I'm still doing well with the Silverado search there. There's my other video, and there's my website. Okay. So that is the exclamation on this presentation, which is, why settle on being on page 1 once when you can be on page 1 several times? And it gets better than that. So let's go back here. This time I'm going to do a search for rebuild 5.3 Chevy, and let's see what happens. So the 5.3 Chevy is the engine that is in just about every Chevrolet truck on the roads today, with the exception of the big trucks, which have the bigger engines in them. These engines are in millions and millions of vehicles. So when it comes time to do a rebuild, people are going to be looking for the videos. And when you do rebuild 5.3 Chevy, we've got 1.1 million. There's my video right there. Now, what if we come down here and look? Here's the natural organic search. Oh no, look, my website's not here. What a shame. Remember when I told you we were going to triple down? Well, we've tripled down in this case because in every single one of my blog articles, I do everything that I possibly can to get my images to rank well as well. So this picture right here is my video. I also recognize this picture right here as my video. 2 of the first 4 that appear are my videos. And let's see what happens if we actually click on this. If we click on this, oh man, boom. Front and center, my YouTube video. It says right here, Tahoe Steve. So if they click on this or they click on this, they're actually going to get taken straight to YouTube and they're going to get to watch my video. There it is. But what if I told you it gets even better than that? Take a look over here. This right here, we're already clicked on it. That's why it's highlighted. But I'm also going to get the opportunity for them to find this picture right here. And if they click on it, that's yet another Tahoe Steve video that they can click on and watch the video. And none of those are mine. But this one is. So here's what went through my mind here. I identified a need. I made the video. And I aimed to do it better than anyone else. And when I say better, I don't mean more knowledgeable. What I mean is done well, well lit, articulated well so that people who have never done it before can actually understand what you're talking about in the video. And done in such a way that people can actually understand the audio. All right, so let's talk about optimizing those images. Lucky for us, we all use WordPress, and WordPress makes it extremely easy to do so. All you have to do is just get into the image details when you go to edit an image and make sure that you're filling in the fields for alternative text and click down on the advanced options and make sure that you're also entering data for the image title attribute. Captions, I'm not an SEO expert, so I don't know whether captions help or not, but I always fill it in. I always use a caption. Okay. These 3 fields that I enter for every single image on my blog is how I'm ranking well for the images. All right, so how to be successful on YouTube? Number 1, pick a niche. And I say do as I say, not as I do, because I'm all over the place with my content. Number 2 is be consistent. You want to kick out a video every week. And this is something that I used to never do. But this year I've been working very, very hard to get out on average 1 a week. I'm still not doing it the way you're supposed to do it, which is pick a time and a day of the week and make sure you're getting a video out. I don't know, call it Wednesday at 4 o'clock, Sunday night at 9, whatever. The more predictable you are for your audience, the more people will be there every time you release a new video. Number 3, be interesting, funny, or at the very, very least, informative. Now, Now, I don't know how interesting I am, maybe marginally interesting. I'm certainly not funny, but what I strive to do very, very hard is be informative. I wish I was funny. I've tried to be funny. I have fallen completely on my face trying to be funny. It's just, you either got it or you don't have it, and I don't have it. So I'm just going to stick with being informative. And here's the most important one. Don't ever give up, because I'm going to tell you that first year is a slow slog. If you've got experience blogging and you've built a following blogging, then you know what I'm talking about. This is not overnight success. Be consistent, kick out stuff on a regular basis. Expect for the first full year that nobody will watch your videos, but then who knows? All it takes is just one person out there to come across one of your videos who has an authoritative voice to share your video on Reddit or something like that. And before you know it, 0 views can turn into tens of thousands of views very, very quickly. And the more videos you kick out, the more opportunities you have to come across that person that might share your content and really put you on the map. If that doesn't happen, then success on YouTube is like a snowball. It starts off very, 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 very small, very, very hard at first, and it's just really, really hard to get going. But once it starts to get going, it really starts to get going. All right, so let's talk about the secrets to actually showing up in the search engine results. Number 1, your video title, your description, your keywords. Don't forget to categorize it. And here's one that most people don't know, the video upload name. And what I'm talking about is don't upload your video with the name that your camera gave the video. Use something that makes sense. Something like making good video for YouTube with underscores. Okay, that is a good name for a file that you upload. And the reason why this is important is because there are people who will upload video to YouTube and not give it a description or a title. And there was a time when if YouTube had no idea what the video was about, it would actually use the video name to try to figure out how to categorize the video. I think today it's probably less important because the technology involved in YouTube being able to deduce what a video is about is so much better than it was a couple of years ago. I still stick to what has always worked for me, which is giving that upload file a name that is a good representation of what the video is about. Let's look at these things individually. First of all, I do how-to videos, and the way I arrive at my titles is I try to close my eyes and think, what would somebody type in to actually come across what my video content is about? Well, I'm thinking that people are going to type in a question. How to install long tube headers. Well, so I've given the name of the video, installing long tube headers and white pipe on a Chevy Tahoe GM truck. And this is part 2 of the video. I will admit that the Chevy Tahoe GM truck part is a little keyword spammy, but it's not over the top. It's probably right in the sweet spot. Okay, Chevy Tahoe, it makes perfectly good sense. Adding GM truck may be pushing the issue, but some of my competition will do installing long tube headers on a Chevy Tahoe GM truck, Suburban, Silverado, Colorado, and just list 80 different car names. That's keyword spamming. Although this may be pushing the envelope a little bit, it has in no way gotten me in trouble with YouTube ever. So next is the description, and you're going to want to be equally savvy in making sure that your description is telling a story. Well, let's take a closer look at the description. But there are other things here in this description that you absolutely need to be aware of. Number 1 is the affiliate link. An affiliate link is if somebody clicks this specific link, they're going to go to Amazon.com and they're going to arrive on a page for the Speed Engineering long tube headers. So if somebody follows this affiliate link to Amazon and they purchase the Speed Engineering headers, I'm going to get paid a small percentage on that buy. As a matter of fact, Amazon's going to pay me on anything and everything that they buy on their first visit for 24 hours. So next is link back. Other people in other sessions are going to talk to you about the importance of a good linking strategy, getting link backs from authoritative websites. Well, in my opinion, YouTube's a pretty authoritative website. So I'll put a link back to my website from YouTube in my description. Now, if you make 5,000 videos, you're not going to get 5,000 link backs from YouTube. At some point, YouTube's going to give you credit for one, and I think that's pretty much all you get. All right, category and keywords. Make sure this video is a car video, so I want to make sure that I categorize it. And you can't see the keywords here, but make sure that you utilize the keyword field on YouTube. Now, here's another example of a different video that I've done. See the affiliate links? Do not be afraid to have 30 affiliate links. If you discuss 30 products in a video, like I did in this particular video, which is how to install a robust transmission in a GM truck, everything that I talked about in the video, I have a link to. And I'm going to tell you something right now. People are lazy. They don't want to do the research themselves. So if you give them an itemized list, boom, 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 of everything that they need to do something, they will follow your itemized list and they will buy every single thing off of that list. And you will get a commission on every single one of those items. So it's certainly worth becoming an Amazon affiliate, getting your own Amazon links and using them in your YouTube videos. Not to mention, these same links are at the bottom of all of my blog article entries on the related topic. Now, what you're seeing here at the top, other videos in the series, is this video is part whatever of a 4-part video series. Well, make it easy for your audience to find your other videos when you do a series. There's nothing more frustrating than getting to video 2 and it ending and you have no idea how to get to video 3. Or if you're watching video 4 and you want to go back to 3, you can't figure out how. So your goal as a content creator is to make it as easy as humanly possible for people to navigate through your content. Hand it to them on a silver platter. They'll appreciate it and you'll get more views and you'll sell more stuff. All right, so let's talk about the marriage of the blog and the YouTube video. Here we're looking at my blog. It's just one specific blog article for this running theme of the long tube headers. And I write an article. I actually don't, I might watch the video and then just try to basically summarize what's in the video, or, whet their appetite so that they'll watch the video. But in addition to the video being on YouTube, I'm going to embed the video right here in the blog article. Now we're doubling down on my ability for the video to be found here as well as on YouTube. So let's take a look at how we do that. And I'm going to tell you, this is one thing that Gutenberg makes very, very easy. So how do we embed the video? The first thing you're going to do is you want to create a new block and go to embeds. And once you get to embeds, you'll see this one right here for YouTube. And once you click on that, it's going to ask you for the YouTube URL that you want to embed. Now, we're assuming, of course, that the video has already been uploaded to YouTube. So what you'll do is you go to YouTube, and then you're just going to click on this little share button right here, and this window is going to pop up. All you do is copy the URL, jump back to your WordPress blog, pop the URL in, hit save, and now you have embedded a video in your blog article. And that is the marriage made in heaven. Now, let's make it fun. What if I write my article, create and upload the video, embed the video in the article? We've already talked about how we're going to increase our exposure by at least double. So this bullet is what we've already been talking about. And one thing that we didn't talk about is the fact that after you reach 1,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, you can actually monetize your videos so that, those little 5-second ads that you have to watch at the beginning of a video, well, that content creator is getting paid on those ads. The little bumpers that appear when you're watching a video, they're getting paid on those. The little ads that appear to the right of videos, they're getting paid on those as well. Okay? So let's talk about getting paid. This is a month's worth of earnings on YouTube merely because of the ads that are running at the beginning of the videos. So if we take this number and we add it to the monthly income that we're getting on Amazon for affiliate links, we're actually making some pretty good hobby money. Woohoo! All right, so I've alluded to this a lot, but let's go quickly and talk about how to shoot good video. Ideally, you'll have a camera or a camcorder with an external mic jack so that you can get good audio. But if you insist on using your cell phone that's okay. I've got an option for you. You know, if you want to take this seriously and take it to the next level, get yourself a lav mic, which is a lavalier mic. That's the kind that hooks on your lapel, or a boom mic. That's the long, skinny ones that you see news people and they use on movie sets. Get a tripod. Nobody wants to watch your shaky video. Please do us all a favor and get a tripod. They're only $40-$50 for cheapos, and then they go up from there. But please, spare us the shaky viewage. Okay, lighting. Lighting has gotten so cheap in this LED world that we live in that there's no excuse not to have good lighting. My first light kit was, I don't know, something like $3,000-$4,000. Now you can get a good light kit for under $100. Very important one. Don't use licensed music. Licensed music is any song that you know that you hear on the radio or any artist that you can name. They have licensing on their music. You cannot use that licensed music in your videos. Well, you can, but there's a chance that your video may get removed. But if you're hoping to monetize your video and you use copyrighted music, you'll never ever monetize your videos using licensed music. So do a Google search for something called royalty-free music. Don't let the word free fool you. It's not free. You still have to pay for it. But once you pay for it, you're free to use it as often as you'd like in your videos. All right, so looking at lights. Here's an example right here. This is a Photo Studio Photography 3 softbox light stand, continuous lighting, 2400 watts for $60. That's just one example. This is probably the bottom of the barrel, cheapest of the cheap, but my God, $60. How can you go wrong? And of course, you step up to this 141, which is still pretty cheap. It comes with the stand and the green screen, so these lights are probably still pretty cheap. And then you step up again to 272 for the 3 soft boxes. This is just a Google search for studio lighting. You do the search now, you're going to come up with something completely different and a lot more than just 3 options. So lights, definitely. Make sure that people can see what you're filming. Secret to great video is good audio and good lighting. It's as simple as that. Make sure that when you're creating content, people can see what you're doing and hear what you're saying. That's it. There's nothing more to it than that. All right, and earlier we talked about using a good mic. If you want to use your cell phone and you still want good audio, then get one of these Tascams. These things are $90, and you can get a Tascam. You can actually get a wired lavalier, a lapel mic that goes on your lapel, and just kind of put this Tascam in your back pocket or what have you. You can go wireless. You can do anything, but just make sure that you're using good audio. These are lav mics or lavalier mics. These are the wireless kind. These are expensive. These start for a good pair at about $250 and go up from there. But this will allow you to wirelessly put lapel mics on people so that they're not tethered. And then this is an example of a boom mic. This is the Rode. The Rode is bare bones entry level that's worth purchasing. These things are, that whole kit that you're looking at right there, I think is $129, something like that. I forget. But I've got it, and it's an amazing set, and I've had it for years, and it works great. So how to light your subject. All right. So you're going to have your subject right here. Subjects right there. Hit them from both angles at a 45-degree angle, of course, with your camera being straight on right here. And when it comes to lighting, you're going to have a key light and you're going to have a fill light. Your fill light's going to have half the power of your key light. And that's so that you're not just inundating the subject with light equally from both sides. With the fill light at half power, you're giving your subject some texture. It makes it a little bit more interesting. There's some shadows, and it's a lot more flattering than just completely blowing them up with light. If you want to get really fancy, then take your 2 lights set up and add a backlight. That's the light that's kind of behind them that makes kind of their hair. It's like a hair light. It makes their hair light up just a little bit to give them separation from whatever their background is. It gives it depth, it gives it texture, and it makes for better lighting. All right, video, how, all the stuff we just talked about. Okay, so this is an important one. Tell a story. In other words, have a point. Have a beginning, a middle, and an end. You're going to want to have an introduction. You're going to want to have a middle where your meat is, and then you're going to have an end where you're going to want to have a call to action. You want to have a point to your videos. You want your viewer to do something. albeit buy something, albeit call you. For me and my videos, it's subscribe, buy something, whatever. Okay. Have a call to action and have a point. Very important. All right. So video for business. Yeah, keep it light, keep it fun, and keep it fast paced. Nobody in the world wants to sit and watch you talk about how awesome your business is for 45 minutes. As a matter of fact, they won't sit and watch you talk about how awesome your business is for 45 seconds. That's not what it's about. It's not what's in it for you. It's what is in it for them. How is your video going to help them solve their problems, make their life better? That is what you put in the content of your video. And keep it fast paced, because remember, we all have pretty short attention spans. And the last one here is something that I preach all the time, is that it does not have to be shot professionally. It just has to be shot well. What software? All right, so this is out of this is some computer magazine's idea on what the best software is for 2020. Premiere Pro being at the top of the list. That's the one that I use. I'm in it all the time. I don't think that your average person needs to dive into something as expensive as Premiere Pro. There is a watered down version of Premiere Pro called Adobe Premiere Elements. That would be the one that I would recommend. And I can't recommend any of the others because I've been in Adobe for 20 years or however long it's been, and I never used any of these other ones. So might be incumbent upon you to do a little bit of due diligence to figure out what makes sense based on what your specific needs are, and pick one. Most of these you can try for free and buy later. But based on my experience with Premiere Pro, I'm going to recommend either Premiere Pro or Premiere Elements. All right, we're at that time. I am done with the scheduled portion of the show. I'm going to go ahead and put my contact information up here and encourage you to contact me, ask questions. I'm here for you. I'm Steve Schwartz out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Thanks so much. And buy later, but based on my experience.
Thank you for joining us, Steve. We had a couple questions come through.
Okay.
Someone was interested. Her phone is giving her problems with doing video. It's not saving it, giving her enough room or anything. So she's wondering what options she might have there.
What type of phone is it? Do we know what type of phone is? I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, essentially what I do with my phone is I back up continuously. So if I go and I do a video series or something like that, I'm, whether you back up to the cloud, I'm a big fan of just backing up to a hard drive. What I'll do is, video content will eat up, space on a phone very, very quickly. So it's important to be able to, learn how to do what you need to do to get that information, those files off of your phone and either A, onto a hard drive, or B, up into the cloud to make more room. The other thing that eats up space on a phone is apps. So my guess is in today's day and age with how much space we have on our phones, she's either got a lot of apps, or maybe it's time to just go ahead and back up and offload some of the video content and the photos that she might have on her phone.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And there was another question. Do you have any ideas for creative topics for real estate agents to do videos on?
Real estate agents are the luckiest people in the world. I actually was one for 6 years, so I can speak pretty intelligently about that. Obviously, if you're a listing agent, you should be doing walkthroughs of your listings. We've gotten to a point today where the stabilizing, the little Osmos and stuff, it has become so easy in the last few years to make a good, nice, your ability to flow through a house and be able to film your listings. That's always a great thing to do. If you're a buyer's agent, one of the things, some of the realtors that I'm still really close with in the Charlotte area, especially in the high dollar area, what they do is if they've got a buyer from out of town, a lot of people move to Charlotte from New York and Florida and California, and they're looking at homes in the 800,000 and up range. This particular realtor will actually send them a list of listings and then go to each of the houses that, like, maybe their top 3, and actually do a walkthrough for them and send it to them. And he has sold house after house after house, because if somebody's looking from another city and they're on the fence about a house because of the pictures that they saw, if they see a walkthrough or get more information, from a video standpoint, it makes them much more inclined to, not today, of course, but get on a plane and go see that house. This guy has sold a lot of houses by doing virtual walkthroughs for people in video. When I was a realtor, I would attend all of the local community events. I would eat at all the new restaurants. And basically what I would do is I'd eat at a restaurant and I would ask for the manager to come by, and I'd tell the manager I'm a realtor and I want to do a quick little 1 minute video on this new business, interview the manager, maybe take a few pictures or whatever of the food, and then boom, put it up on the YouTube channel. And basically you're promoting for that other individual. And I'm going to tell you something, that's going to pay you back in spades, because you go out of your way for other people. And, obviously we do it out of the kindness of our own hearts. But what I found over the years is that you do that enough times and you're top of mind when it's time for that person to be in a conversation with somebody where they want to buy and sell a house. They're always going to refer you because they're appreciative of when you help them with their business. If that makes any sense. Oh, we've lost Lisa. Okay. Let me see if I can get any of the questions. Okay, animated video instead of live people is one of the questions that I'm saying. I tried it and I failed miserably, only because it's so hard to do any kind of animation. I mean, if that's your passion, then by all means give it a shot. But as far as creating content minute by minute, doing animated is, I mean, from where I'm sitting, it's so hard, it wasn't worth my time. If you know an animator, or if you want to partner with somebody or use some of that cute software that they have to make animations, it's good, but there's nothing as good for your brand as you. So you appearing in the video from if you're trying to promote a business or whatever, I think you are your own best brand. And it's actually, to be honest with you, it's flat out easier to just do it live. And, like I said in the presentation, if you don't like being on camera, it's something that you got to get past, especially if you are your brand, as in the case of most realtors and small business owners, they are their brand. So what else we got? Yeah. Okay. The question is, how would I suggest we repurpose the blog in the video? Now, I'm going to say right now, I'm ashamed to say it, but sometimes I just get a virtual assistant to transcribe the videos. I have some videos that are 22 to 40 minutes long. Some of those things I transcribe, and I've talked to some of my SEO friends, and they have told me that that's not necessarily a bad idea. So I have done transcriptions for some, but what I do is I'll watch one of my 40-minute videos, and then I'll just basically take 5 or 6 bullet points, and then I'll just put out a paragraph in terms of the blog. I want to set them up to watch the video. That's kind of what my whole goal is. From a search standpoint, from a flat out SEO standpoint, I'm not an SEO expert, so I can't speak definitively on it, but I have heard that blog articles of 500 words or more are good. That's why I just kind of plagiarize and do the transcriptions when I'm being lazy. But if you can write something that's unique, that's 500 words, I say go for it. If you just don't have the time for that and you want to cheat, transcribe it. I think that was the last of the questions. All right, I'm getting the bye-bye message. So y'all, thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Hope y'all learned something. And I'm Steve from Charlotte. I'm out.
Congratulations, everyone, on reaching the end of day 1 of WordCamp Kent. I do hope you enjoyed all of our sessions and are going to come back tomorrow for even more, including a WordPress community panel where speakers will discuss issues that are facing the community today, also possibly take your questions, and in addition to our WordPress 101 with Joe Querin, which will give people new to WordPress or people just wanting to refresher great information about how to use WordPress to the fullest. As I mentioned in our opening remarks this morning, that following me here today will be our live after party, which will be WP Game Show hosted by David Bissett. These will be live games played by volunteers, speakers, organizers, sponsors, and attendees where you have the chance to possibly win prizes. I do want to thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday afternoon and evening, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow for day 2 of WordCamp Kent.